The language I'm speaking, which will be the language for the conference today, has its roots in our forefathers, the chief custodian being the late Queen, and for many other things. We do join the world in this bereavement, and we do all pay our respects as we join the rest of the country in a national event which will be taking place later today, but in our own respects, for a moment of silence. May her soul rest in peace. Long live the Queen. Father, we thank you this morning for the gift of life and the opportunity you've given us to come together to reflect on our roles as employers, employees, and the challenges ahead of us. We dedicate this day to you, to your hands. We ask for the Holy Spirit to guide us. Cast away the spirit of dissent, guide our speakers, bless our colleagues who are here to join us, that in all our achievements for the day, your name will be praised. In the mighty name of Jesus Christ, I prayed. Take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Solomon Rubondo, the Director of Ceremonies this morning, and the Perpetual Master of Ceremonies for the Federation of Uganda Employers. That I underline, so if you hear a community claiming certain positions one day, they are not alone. It's not isolated. There are certain claims we lay on these roles, and it's my pleasure and honor to be your Director of Ceremonies this morning. We have the program laid as it is. I don't anticipate much variation unless dictated by circumstances beyond our control. But I do promise that we will deliver all that we have presented. And I'd like to invite Mr. Dan Okanya, the Head of Policy Research at the Federation of Uganda Employers, to make brief remarks as we prepare for the presentation and discussion of the online job portal by Mr. Richard Emuye. These microphones have been set depending on the time allowed for each speaker. So if you hear it go off, just walk away from the podium. That is one way of managing time, because we don't want to send you notices. Mr. Dan Okanya, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MC. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dan Okanya, the Head Policy and Research at the Federation of Uganda Employers. I just want to give a small background on the FUE online job portal. I don't know whether technology will allow us to project what I'd prepared, but I hope it will do so. Before that's being done, as the technicians are working on it, I just want to say we developed an online job portal, which Richard will be presenting, taking us through in terms of how it works, how it operates. But the essence of this was to try to curb a challenge on migrant workers. This was supported by ILO in terms of the financial support, but also technically. It was informed by the decision that Uganda we are among those countries which are sending out workers to work abroad, especially in the Middle East and in the Gulf countries. However, when they go there and they get back, they find difficulties in integrating, reintegrating to the Ugandan labor market system. And one of the issues is that simply because they lack information regarding the available job opportunities, but at times it's also difficult for what do I do? Okay. So they find difficulties simply because they don't have access to information regarding these opportunities, but also the employers may not be able to know their existence and the expertise they would have acquired. At times it's simply because they also don't prepare themselves to position to be able to take up some of these available opportunities in terms of preparing the CVs, given the fact some of them who move out there, they are not well educated, so they may not have that capacity. So this job portal was developed to try to bridge that gap, to try to solve the problem of supporting them, sharing the information, being able to know, but also enabling them to upload their CVs, and also enabling employers to upload their job opportunities available, that they are able to see and be able to take up these opportunities. All right. So like you see, it's quite a big number of those people who are moving out. And this is what I've just spoken about, Uganda being a destination, but also a country of origin. And a lot of movement is being done. And of course, they face difficulty even when they are out there and they don't have mechanisms of reporting. But also when they get back, it is challenging for them to integrate into the system. This situation was worsened by the pandemic. We saw a number of those who had gotten contracts abroad. They were repatriated back and they were struggling since their contracts had been cancelled. So the key purpose of this job portal was to ease access to information on the available job opportunities and to prepare and train these migrant workers on how to adapt and fit into the countries of destination, but also to ease the socioeconomic reintegration of migrant workers who have returned back, but also facilitate their return by linking them to the relevant authorities in case they get challenges there. And this will be shared with the recruitment agencies that they can also upload their CVs there. So at the end of the day, we need to support the order and safety migration of the migrant workers to these countries. So this is what it will be doing. It will act as a job center for local and international openings. Our job portal is not only restricted to the Ugandan employers. Even someone out there can easily be able to see it and upload. But it also is search for jobs for the job seekers. Like whoever is seeking for a job can register on the portal and be able to register and to upload the CV and see the opportunities which have been uploaded there. But also facilitate the recruitment processes and checks. Like for the case of the recruitment agencies, if you uploaded their job description there, they are able to get to know who has applied for this and be able to get the person and in touch with them. What we expect of this job portal easy access to job opportunities, better prepared, trained, and adaptable migrant workers ready to fit in the destination countries, because such information will be availed through this job portal. Is socioeconomic integration for those who are coming back, and also facilitate those who wish to come and work to Uganda. I think that's what I felt I should share. Allow me invite Richard to take us through the portal itself, to be able to let us know how does an employer register and how does the employee register, so that employers here can interact. This is your job portal. You need to feel free to interact with it and be able to take advantage and use it to, for recruitment purpose, both internally but also those who want to do external sourcing. I thank you. Richard.
Thank you, Dan. And good morning, audience. We are going to project. I'm doing this with my colleague behind. Like Dan said, this is a job portal online, freely accessible. We are just going through the fundamentals. Like one, how do we access that portal? There are two ways. My colleague, let's go to FUE website. You can access it via the website of FUE, or you can type the URL directly. But I know sometimes typing the URL, that path, can be stubborn. You may miss out. My colleague behind, first go to the FUE website. Let them bring the website up. And then we see the job portal. There's a corner there, something written job portal, where you click. The other thing that is also accessible via the phone. If the smartphones, you can also access over the phones. But you will try as Sharon, I'm waiting. Okay. As they do that, in terms of practicability, we find that this job portal was intended for two kind of end users: the job seeker and the employer. The employer, specifically the HR, I think the recruitment usually is done by the HR department. So you may find that it's the HR who will be running this on day-to-day basis. The traditional method has been you craft the job, you send to a media to advertise, you get to receive the applications, you sieve them, interview. But here, you load it on and you'll get the best. I mean, good thing that it is also open. It's borderless. My team behind. Now, before you use, it's required to create an account. You will, as we shall see, we create an account, and the username is usually your email address. We already have a user guide for this, which I think should be shared with you. The user guide is already there, very simple. The portal is also multilingual. Multilingual, you can change to French, any language you choose. So it requires you to use your email address, and you put a password. But because of security reasons, it sends you an OTP. The OTP is a one-time password, which is about 6 digits. And that expires usually after 3 minutes. It's just for security reasons. Because of today, the cyber challenges we face. We do that, and for for the employers, for the HR, you can also load a lot of information, your profile about the organization. Sorry, the team, are we, they're supposed to project the screen here, so maybe. Okay. Sorry, those are glitches, technological glitches, but we just hope for the best. The beauty about this is that you have, as an HR, I need to have from a big variety. I'm looking for somebody who's an accountant. I need a big variety. So the job seekers, for them, they access this over the phone, they load. Already we have numbers there. Some people have already applied, trying to apply. Yeah. And when we do that, you're able to save up the CV, you can either print out or whatever. But remember, when this job is uploaded, when you upload an advert, it takes somebody at FUE to just to see. We have to vet that, yeah, so that it is published or it is blocked or something. In this same portal, we also give a provisions for, you can write rich resources like blogs, educative blogs. Anyone can write. If you're an HR, you can have a nice article which it can be shared, can help our people. Sorry, it's a bit. I think they're trying to get it from the laptop. This throw it here. Is again that portal. Like I said, being a web-based, and it can also be used or ran over the phone, it means that it cuts under the East African Federation. From any point, anyone can use. Can have Kenyans uploading, can have Tanzanians. So to give us a very a one-stop center. My team is trying out hard. It's just to move that to here. So again, as we walk through, we may want some feedback. If there's anything that you want, the best way how it should be dressed, like from what we have is already what we thought would work best. But if there are any other things, I think on the way, you're going to, let me just head to the kitchen and see what's happening. Sorry. Sorry?
Can we define?
Yes.
Can you help me? Okay. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. We will defer this item and come back to it shortly after the opening session. In the interest of time, we beg to proceed. Richard, sorry about that, but we'll reallocate your slot. Can we have this microphone on, please? Hello. Thank you very much for that. It is largely believed that having gotten a prayer this morning, we are blessed, and we ideally opened the conference. But procedure and etiquette demand that we have a session for these presentations. Our guest of honor and the other dignitary will be communicating to us due to competing priorities. They are not able to be with us at this point, but we will proceed with the program. And for those who will be addressing us this morning, we have not categorized our guests this morning because they're very important. And normally, specific recognitions run the risk of forgetting, omitting, sometimes misdescribing. But we do respect all our delegates this morning. We do recognize your various capacities and your expertise. We do have a special guest, the keynote speaker, who will be coming in his slot. But it's important that we do recognize him because he traveled a long way. But all of you are highly regarded, and we will say all protocol observed. And in this slot, we will have a few speakers. And Mr. Edie, as you're addressing, don't forget to address your predecessor, Mrs. Senabulia, because again, we happen to have a special connection. Again, I might lose this assignment for future conferences. At least that one I single out, okay? But also, glad to note that I still have your attention. And may I now invite the ED, Federation of Uganda Employers, to come and address us as we connect with the chairperson and the representative from ALO. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. When you clap before I start to even talk, makes me a little more excited. You know, times are hard with these fuel prices, but very happy that you could do that for me. So, good morning once again. I'm Douglas Opiu. I think most of you know me, the Executive Director at the Federation of Uganda Employers. All the protocols observed, and a special recognition for my former ED, Rosemary Senabulia. I think most of you know her. Usually when they're praising me a lot, they don't understand that there were people digging the trenches before. So my job was made a little easier because a lot of time was spent in digging the foundation. So I'm so grateful to her that I'm able to anchor what you call my achievements on what she did. So thank you so much. Today is actually a special day. I would like to say the first of its kind. We have never had an employers' conference like this before. But as you know, it's a special time. It's a special time in our lives as individuals, a special time for the world. Today we just had to start off with the Queen dying. She has lived like forever. You wouldn't even imagine that the Queen would pass on. But not just the Queen, but we have seen so many of our loved ones also pass on. I think it has been such a time when death, for the first time, at least in my life, I'm now 41 years, has become commonplace. When I grew up, you wouldn't see this. So the way we approach life, the way we engage at the workplace needs to change. But also these kind of conversations that we are having today then becomes extremely important. About 4 years ago, I was approaching work using a model introduced to me by my mentor, a very simple model called ERIC. That's how I approached my workplace when I became ED. Some of you already know this because I keep speaking about it. But for those who don't know, ERIC simply means E, which is eliminate. So in any organization, what are those things that you should eliminate? that are sort of holding you back from moving forward. These could be, for instance, physical things. You might want to eliminate the idea of printing, for instance, because you're spending so much each time you hold your management meeting, you print and throw away, you print and throw away, you print and throw away. It's a waste. You could simply use a projector. Minutes could be sent in advance to people. You could use your phones. So there are alternatives. Secondly, reduce. There are certain things, could be even the printing. Maybe you don't have to completely eliminate it. You might still want to maintain the printing of one copy for your chair to sign. And then the I is increase. Things that are actually valuable to our business, but we do very little of it, so to increase. And then lastly, the issue of create. What are the things that you need to create? Secondly, that was followed on my side with what we now refer to as VUCA. So we say we live in a VUCA world. VUCA is a theory that was developed in the 80s, but VUCA has become more real now. The V stands for volatile. Things are quite volatile. The change is just too quick for us. Rapid changes in the world of work, and that means you have to respond in a different way. The U stands for uncertainty. Despite the fact that changes are happening quite around us a lot more frequently, the uncertainty levels have also gone high. For those who are paying attention to global workplace trends, there is what we are now referring to as the Great Resignation. People leaving their jobs. In Uganda, for those who are not aware, people at my age in their 40s are leaving their jobs much faster than before. They're either moving out to start small private consultancies, or they're going to be on their farms. We never used to see that in Uganda. Look around you for your workplace and see what is happening with that age group, the Great Resignation. So it's here with us also. But human resource managers yourselves, see the rate at which you're moving from one organization to another. So that the uncertainty, even in terms of holding our staff, is moving rather quickly. And then C stands for complexity. Things are not as easy to understand as before. You can't treat things on face value, so to say. The complexity levels have risen a notch higher. And then, of course, the last one is, the A is ambiguity, lack of clarity about basically everything. You can't plan with sufficient facts at hand. You have to use a lot of your gut feelings a number of times because things are not as clear. Now, away from that, what I'm now telling people, which is now part of my own personal experience, because having lived for over 40 years, I think I earn a bit of the right. I've been working maybe 20 years now. I started working at 21. So I've already 20 years. What I've learned, which I'm using for myself at the moment, now I put it as 4 E's. And the 4 E's, the first one is basically employ. That's the first and the most important task for any employer, to employ the right people to work for you, to try and see that this person fits from a technical level, but they also have to fit at a cultural level, in terms of their attitude, in terms of their behaviors, because having become a little older now, I understand people don't necessarily change. Circumstances change. That's the reality. But sometimes we are still misled to hire with the assumption of change, isn't it? Yeah, but it's not as easy to change. It takes a lot longer. People tend to just fit in with the culture that exists. So the first is to take that process rather seriously. The second is to equip. That's the second E. And equipping means at all the three fronts, in terms of the skills, in terms of the knowledge, in terms of the behavioral competences. For each and every employee, actually, earlier this week, I was writing about the importance of competency assessment, or the issue of mapping competency within your organization. Because more and more now, we require people to do more, isn't it? Yeah, so we want to execute more with less. That's the idea at the moment. So you need to understand what people are able to do. Once you have done that, the next E is to engage. When people are not productively engaged, that's when they have a lot of time to do corridor talks, isn't it? Because they have a lot of time to spend around. But if people are fully engaged and that level of engagement is well tracked, then it works very well for us. And then the last one is to evaluate, what we call performance evaluation or performance appraisals, assessment, how you call it. No one works well unless they are being watched, and they are aware they are being watched actually very closely. And unfortunately, that is human nature. We have to have a gun on our head to be able to deliver. So that's what first I wanted to say to you, that we are in a new world of work. And that new world of work requires that we hold these kind of conversations, the employers' conference, more regularly. Today, our conversation is structured around 5 themes. The first theme that we are having, where we had a bit of the technical glitch, even doctors need treatment, even IT experts can struggle, it's not just us. So the first is the job portal. But the other side, which Dan didn't speak about, this job portal is actually for everyone. Not just migrant workers, but can be used for recruitment for all your employees. So all employers are encouraged to use the platform for recruitment purposes. But moving forward also, we envisage to have this integrated with what we are calling at FUE our knowledge platform. So you'll be able to go to the FUE website, which will now be an employer's portal, and be able to access so many things beyond the ordinary. If you want to understand the even basic things, for instance, what are the public holidays, official public holidays in Uganda, you should be able to go there and get it. But also, if you wanted to understand a little more difficult thing, like how do I structure a proper employment contract, you should be able to go on FUE website and get a template and use, and simply fill in, and then you can have a contract printed. So it will do a little much more than what we are talking about now. The second area for our discussion today as well is the Employer of the Year Award. This was a very special Employer of the Year Award, special in all sense, I should say. The professor, I just saw him walking in, did an excellent job, Professor Julius Chikoma, with this team. And of course, we are so proud of our winners, UBL and the rest, for the things that they did during COVID-19. So we looked into COVID-19 situation and then tried to see how were employers able to cope. What can other employers learn from the same? And this is what we will try to explore today. So I hope it will be as engaging as possible to try and understand what could we do differently. But as I said, we are still in a VUCA world. So the lessons from COVID-19, the resilience that we have got will even be required even more moving forward. A lot of people thought that when COVID-19 goes down, everything will be normal, isn't it? But we have just learned that the world will not be normal again. So we'll continue to operate in a world which is a VUCA world. It will never be the same again. There will be no comfort in us getting back to the period before 2020. It won't be possible. The world will continue in a different format. Yesterday we were talking about the platform economy. It's here to stay. It won't go away. Immediately after that, we'll be looking into the skills aspects. Yeah. What is the situation now? And in Uganda, we have been pushing for a mega reform within the skills arena. For those who have been keen in this space, what we have been calling Skilling Uganda, a national reform geared towards ensuring that we have the right people to do our work. So that's the session we'll engage on. I've been privileged actually now close to 2 years. I've been spearheading that process. But thanks to the work that was even done earlier, we have a technical vocational education and training policy which basically prescribes an employer-led TVET system. So the government recognizes the fact that the employer should be at the forefront. But if the employer is to lead, then the employer has to be well equipped. So that conversation is extremely important. And I'm delighted to have with us already the director DIT, but also Mary is already with us, Mary Nyaga from SIFA. You're all welcome. So we'll have a very interesting conversation around skills. We instituted a special program. My predecessor actually did that, thanks to her, the ITA, a training program, employment relations training program. We call it ITA. Now, this program is geared towards equipping people with the ability to be able to manage employment relations within the workplace. We do it in such a manner that we are not only focusing on the labor laws, but also for those who are in the HR space, didn't have the opportunity to do HR themselves, we also have a module focusing on human resource. So if you do human resource work, but you haven't had professional training in the space, we also have a component looking at that. And as you know, the more we have information at our fingertip, it's just a matter of time before the narrative changes, before you have influencers on social media talking about workplace issues. And then that's when we'll be really in trouble as employers if we are not following the law. Just imagine your workplace issues being discussed on social media. How do you respond? So it means you just have to have the right systems in place and avoid that level of risk and the likely damage that could be to your business. So that's why the training on employment relations is extremely important. And then lastly, but not least, of course, we'll be looking at the issue of fair recruitment and decent work. This is the agenda also for us in Uganda. We actually have a decent work country program. I'm very happy Jealous Chirove from the ILO office in Dar es Salaam is here. Jealous, you're very welcome. We work as a tripartite under the Decent Work Country Program, which is supported heavily by ILO, technically, but also financially. So as you might have realized, I just did a part of your program because I was keen not to see Dan coming back here. So I just decided to give you a bit of the synopsis of the conference so that we can then just flow to the rest of the introductory part. Now, I would like to extend an apology from my chairman, who unfortunately is not able to be with us this morning. So at the risk of redundancy, now I take over from the MC because, you know, things are tough these days. I have to take with his permission, otherwise he's jobless again. So at the risk of making him redundant, I would now like to invite Jealous Chirove, the representative of the ILO, to address us, but also then to officially open our session. Thank you so much, Jealous. You're welcome. The name is Jealous, but the person is actually quite nice. So don't worry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Opio, Executive Director, Federation of Uganda Employers. I've seen and greeted with so much gladness the previous Executive Director, Madam Rosemary. We worked together for many years, and I'm happy to see that she is still very much in the trenches, still digging. Douglas, she hasn't finished digging yet. We have one of our luminaries within the employer field, Professor Mtunzi. Great to see you again. There are government representatives I haven't seen. I just arrived and went straight to my table, or workers' representatives. We want to appreciate you. As ILO, of course, we believe so much in tripartism, and our structure is important in coming up with programs in the world of work, and employers in general. And let me just say good morning. It is my pleasure, and I've been given an honor to open this workshop. I was not expecting that, but I'll take it. It is my pleasure to be part of this audience this morning, to attend the Employers Conference by Federation of Uganda Employers. And from my understanding, this one is a first. And what a way to start and to launch it than to have one of our luminaries and voices within employers and global leaders. Professor Mtunzi, I'm not introducing you, but I have to say a word, because I may not have another chance again, who is one of our leaders in the organization in ILO. And I want to appreciate that you found time to come to our region, and I believe that you are going to not just share your experiences from South Africa, but globally also, in terms of how you work with your constituents. Of course, within the organization, employers are one of the tripartite constituents, and there's an office in ILO. We are there to serve their needs and to support their programs. In Uganda, we collaborate with FUE in a number of areas, including Employer of the Year awards, and I see a nice banner standing up there. We also are working with FUE on former apprenticeship program. I think we've started with the one sector, the hotel sector, and we are rolling out. And the FUE, through their sector associations, are very much involved in that program. And this is the context of the skills development that Douglas was talking about. We also work with employers on programs that recognize skills that are earned outside the formal education system. Some call this program recognition of prior learning, and we appreciate the efforts that are being done in Uganda, also within the context of the National Apprenticeship Framework. We also work with FUE on programs to eliminate child labor in its various forms. And also one of the reasons that I'm here, we are collaborating with our constituents being led by government on the development of the national employment strategy. And it's one of the reasons, and one of the reasons why I came is to conduct the sector consultations on this national employment strategy. So may I take opportunity to invite you, and those who need details, I'm around the whole day, we can discuss, but I believe that you already have invitations that you have received from our office for the meetings that are happening next week. We also work with FUE within the sub-region in the EAC through the East African Employers Organization, programs on portability of social protection, migration, and so on and so forth. So we don't want to spend a lot of time explaining maybe things that you know. Let me just say that on the subject of employers' resilience, we saw innovations within workplaces that, as all of us, I think, can agree, are going to go beyond COVID-19. How we have now gotten used to working online, having meetings online. I also want to actually congratulate the Federation of Uganda Employers, because they were very visible even during the height of COVID-19 lockdowns, and not just visible in terms of sensitization of employers and engaging employers on what they need to do, but also even conducting capacity building and training programs. I do follow them on Twitter. I follow Douglas, I follow FUE, but almost every week there would be programs, including on TV, and we saw that these are some of the takeaways, maybe the positive takeaways that we get from the pandemic. We also saw engagements by employers in terms of social dialogue with workers to say, how can we preserve jobs? How can we come up with mechanisms to make sure that we preserve earnings and incomes that workers have? And we really want to appreciate, although there were unavoidable job losses, but we saw at least a goodwill shown by the employers, not just in Uganda, but also in the rest of the other countries, to see how we can best cushion people within the context of the pandemic that we had. So we look forward to the discussions. We look forward to the panels that I've seen, interesting discussions that have already been alluded to by the executive director, and also look forward to active engagements, and most importantly, the takeaways that come. We have agreed to come here the whole day, all of us. I'm sure we must have some substantive takeaways that we go home with. So with the privilege that I've been given by the executive director, it is my honor to declare this conference by Federation of Uganda Employers officially open. Thank you, and wish you fruitful discussions.
Thank you very much, sir, for the very good counsel. And we're happy that our conference is opened. And we'd like to thank the ED also for giving us a statement of operation for the day. And we will not deviate from that. But allow me to add that among the activities of the day, we also have exhibitions. There are several exhibitors. And I request that we add our business here of the day. Also, we add visiting those exhibitions and engaging. We have UNICAF University, represented by Mr. Turiago Manawe Moses, Marketing Manager. We have Smart Applications Limited International, represented by Mrs. Judy Mugoya, the Country Director. We have CIFA Skills Initiative for Africa, represented by Mrs. Mary Nyaga, the Technical Advisor, East Africa Region, who is also a panelist. And I request that we also engage with these people to enrich our exchanges for the day. I'm glad to report that we are back on course with our program, and as I promised, we will recover as much time. We will find a suitable slot somewhere to come back to the portal. We are still addressing the technology issues. We're now in session 2, and I request that the technical team get ready as I invite Professor Julius Chikoma to come and present a summary of the survey findings of the A awards, which have been alluded to. Our guest of honor, Sir Mr. Chirove, I'm glad to inform you that also the Secretary General of NOTU is here. When I heard the ED talk about, volatility, uncertainty, again, it took me back to that famous discussion. Science teachers, arts teachers, kind of things like that. But I hope we'll have something come out of this session today in that direction so that we can also inform national policy on similar issues. May I invite Professor Chikoma to come and make your presentation as we also prepare the winners to give their testimonials briefly, and I beg that we do remain rational with time, as the previous speakers have been, okay? Thank you very much indeed.
I was not here. I had prepared with a flash, but it looks. Can I give a flash and they can flash what I'm going to present?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
I have the flash here.
Daniel, can we have... okay, we can give you... What is it called?
It's got presentation. If you look at the box. Thank you very much, the Master of Ceremony. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very much happy to be here, and I bring you greetings from Makerere University. I bring you greetings from a university that is this year celebrating 100 years of existence. And as employees and employers, I think that is not a small achievement. And I know, and I'm very proud that most of you consider Makerere as your alma mater, so please join us in the celebrations. Thank you very much. This morning, I will be, as I've been asked, I will be trying to take you through the road that led to the award of employees and employers that did so well during the COVID pandemic, which exercise we carried out for the last 3 to 4 months. It was a very hectic exercise. We visited a number of companies. We visited about 130 companies, and those companies really gave us time because we really wanted to be able to appreciate how much capacity they had built in trying to ensure that even though the COVID pandemic was something that no one was used to, no one had seen before, there was some way organizations were building capacity and growing with the realities of that pandemic and how to assure some kind of continuity, even without, having been prepared to the extent that the pandemic required. Is it switched on? Okay. All right. So the outline of my presentation will be around those 4 talking points. And I know that the MC is just about around here to ensure that... okay. I can use your microphone. No problem. I'll try and balance. So I'll talk around the question of how the survey was, what the survey is about. I will also talk about the specific focus of the survey, which will be around the theme itself. I'll talk around some of the highlights of the findings and some lessons that we've picked, both as surveyors, but more importantly also lessons for the employers. With regard to the survey, let me mention that as a group of survey consultants from Makerere University, this particular edition of AIR was actually our 5th edition. And we've been growing our capacity to ensure that every time we do this exercise, we even become better, but also we add value to the exercise in order that everyone who participates feels it is something that you should be part of, and you should be proud if you actually identified as a winner. So with the 5 times that we have done this, we are very confident that the decisions that we make about who wins are really watertight, and you can always feel comfortable that you were the best among those that participated. Normally the exercise relies on 2 elements of the survey. That is, we collect information from the employees as well as the employers or managers. Sometimes when you enter into a company, people that do not have any form of leadership responsibility consider themselves as the employees, and those who have responsibility to lead others consider themselves as the employers. And when we ask these questions, especially around how the organization is performing in terms of how it is looking after them, you normally have a bit of divergent views. So what we decide is that let's have views that come from both types of employees. The ones that don't have any leadership responsibility, as well as the ones that have responsibilities to lead others, but also who engineer the policies that drive the company forward. So we have information that we get from those 2 categories of employees, as well as information that we collect by sitting down and interviewing in detail the human resource managers, officers of human resources in these organizations, who are at the forefront of the policies that actually drive how employees work, how labor relations are actually being implemented, and so on. So we want to ensure that we are able to appreciate where whatever results or whatever answers we are getting from the employees, what might be impinging on those kind of answers, whether they are negative about the organization or actually they are appraising the organization favorably. So it is that detailed in terms of what we need from the companies in terms of information. But also, we ensure that for any company, after that detailed information that we have received, of course we subject it to a rigorous exercise of analysis to ensure that we really understand what are the employees saying about this organization, and what is in place in terms of supporting, what kind of environment have leaders put in place to ensure employees are able to actually work very well, achieve results, but also they are not doing that at the expense of their health, their well-being, and so on. So it's a rigorous exercise. And the specifics of who actually gave us information, you will see we have 5 categories. We have employers who are well established, and they are the majority. As you can see, of course, it is 91%. So meaning that most of the organizations out of the 127 91% were actually large, or what we called established organizations. These are organizations that we consider have everything to allow them to achieve their results. They have the policies, they have the numbers of people that they need, they have the systems in place. So they were the majority. But of course, we also have other categories that are not exactly with all those elements, but who also are very much important employer categories in this country, what we call the SMEs, the small, medium enterprises. From those statistics, they are a small proportion. And then we also decided to have an even smaller group of what we call young employers. And then the other two other interest categories are to do with the employers that mainly focus on employing refugees. You will know Uganda as a country is continuously being renowned for being a very welcoming host country for refugees. We are in a very kind of a post-conflict region, and therefore we can't afford to actually be aloof to those realities. So as a country, of course, we host a lot of refugees, and it is good to see that those who are coming in to be refugees find an environment where they actually can find work. So we have a category of refugee employers that we also surveyed, as well as this question that has already been touched on, the question of companies that are tracking the policy that I think not long ago has become mainstreamed by FUE in terms of enforcing this question of elimination of child labor. So those are the categories of employers that we surveyed. And let me also point out that it is very good to see that beyond the traditional focus on the big players in the employment sector, the established, we are making inroads as a country into these other categories as well. I'm very happy to see that even though they are small, the segment of young employers is very important and crucial in this economy. After all, even by just statistics, population statistics, we are a young economy. I mean, we are based on a young population. And we also have so many who are coming out of school and not finding employment in these established companies. So we cannot focus on only the established ones to guarantee that all these people coming out of school will find what to do. So it is good, but we need to encourage the participation of those young employers in this exercise. Just like we should also continue to encourage the focus on these other dimensions. A question of refugee employment, very important. There are challenges there, but I think it's a good way to move. As well as, obviously, the question of child labor. This became even more prominent in the context of COVID. As you will know, because of the lockdown and all these other things, even those children that were in school, because of the prolonged stay at home, they started getting ideas of maybe trying to find something in companies. And also some companies were taking advantage of the availability of young people who are not in school to take advantage of trying to employ them, even when they really shouldn't be in school. The theme, I will just say that we were careful in the way this theme was actually chosen, and also the way it was conceived. When we talk about resilience, be it in everyday talk, but also in the literature, in what is written about it, there is an obvious assumption that is based on resilience as something about the individual. In other words, do you have what it takes to try and, however much you have gone through hard times, can you be able to bounce back? Do you have the capability to come after a big fall, for instance, after a disaster. So a lot of information has been developed around how can individuals build the capacity to bounce back from, uncertainties, to bounce back from disastrous experiences, to bounce back from all these things that individuals at an individual level we experience in life. So a lot has been developed there. And many times when we study organizations and the behavior of individuals in how they are actually coping with what they experience at work as a result of work demands, a lot is used coming from our understanding of individual capacity to be resilient. But in this particular theme, we focused on the broader context. It is not enough to have individuals that have the mental strength to go through catastrophes, to go through stressful experiences, and the organization as a broader context in which these strong individuals are operating does not have what it takes to ensure that as an organization there is sufficient capacity to move on, even when you are going through a lot of hard experiences, which COVID, of course, threw up in the air, as you will know and as you will tell. So we were interested to see how organizations leveraged on a number of systems they have, policies they have, of course, the talent they have, the resources they have, but also the environment in which they're operating. So it was more to do with focusing on a more holistic arrangement, rather than just looking out with smaller, particular individuals that the company finds to be able to cope, and they go with that. We wanted a total system, and we wanted to see that as an employer, the organization has that total preparedness, or was able to build that total capacity to go with everybody through all this hard time. So the survey was more about the employer being resilient, because it has double advantage. The employer being resilient means that they will provide an environment in which the employees can build resilience at an individual level. And it will provide the resources to allow individuals to thrive even when the situation is such that they are going through stressful and difficult experiences, such as the experiences companies passed through during COVID, the back and forth lockdown and so on. So it was important that we make sure we look at a more mutually enabling approach to resilience, rather than focusing on only the employer separately or the employees separately, but we wanted in a combination. And some of the organizations that are going to share with us here, we found that they were able to build that mutually enabling approach. The issues specifically that we then designed instruments to test that resilience touched on a number of issues as outlined there. Of course, resilience, we wanted to also understand it from a number of dimensions at the employer level, a number of dimensions. Institutionally, do we have in place systems in terms of finances? Is the organization financially resilient? In terms of operations, does the organization have what it takes to assure continuity even when there were difficulties? Of course, we know that when COVID came, the immediate thing was to lock everyone, stay at home, and wait until. But of course, eventually, everyone realized that this is not something that is going to end after some time. It is something that we are going to have to live with. So there was now the need for the organization to leverage on different aspects of its resources, human and otherwise, to try and assure some kind of continuity. And therefore, experimenting on models of how that continuity can actually be assured. And even designing systems and policies that allows for the flexibility, even though you are not supposed to leave your home, but can't you continue working? And of course, the best employers that will share some experiences here will definitely demonstrate that they were able, even though some of them were not considered, they were not considered essential organizations which were able to move and continue work, they still found ways to continue business even when they were locked down. So other dimensions to the survey definitely are some of the mainstays and of interest to the Fraternity of Human Resources. You know, this particular element of air is definitely something that is a brainchild of human resource managers. So we also are very keen to ensure that some of the mainstays of human resource management, we continue to track them, even though we had been looking at them in the past. We wanted to continue to keep a watch on those ones as well. Things like physical and mental health of the workplace or the individuals in there, questions of work and life balance, I mean, personal life as well as work life. These are things that have been investigated before, but which took on new interest during the COVID times. Questions of workplace health, questions of talent management became very, very important when it came to assurance and reimagination of continuity of business. How do you focus on the staff you have to ensure that you actually are able to continue business without necessarily just saying let's wait until, or when business is not continuing for 2 months, 3 months, stopping to pay them, and then maybe cutting them, and so on. There were many different models that organizations adopted on the question of talent, the question of staff. Some took the easy way, I call it the easy way, of cutting the number of staff because of the hard economic times. But that's the easy road. But it is not the one that ensures sustainability of the business model that is going to take you through the pandemic that is back and forth. You can't keep on cutting people as a solution. It's a quick fix, but it's not sustainable. You need other things, and we'll see that other employers were much more innovative around the question of continuing to engage staff, even though economic times were hard, so that even when things became better, they had institutional memory, staff who still continue to have institutional memory. Quickly, let me just say something about the performance or the results that came from the responses we got from the survey. Now, those two curves, the red one represents what my team found and assessed in terms of each of those elements that we surveyed. And some of those words may be small, but the point is that those elements are what we have already talked about, the different dimensions measured, and then you can see peaks and troughs in the curve. Now, the peaks are some of the areas where we found favorable evidence that the organization was doing well in trying. For instance, the first one here is employer resilience. The red one is by the team, my survey team. The ranking, the score that we gave to what we found on the ground. And what is interesting there is that our score is the highest And those white curves are representing the answers that we got from the employees, both the management employees and the non-management employees. So as you go around the different practices, you'll find that in some cases, the survey team's results were higher, like in resilience, than the employees' results on each of those practices. It's for good reason. The employees felt that their organization doesn't seem to be doing well on this. But when we sat with the people who are trying to ensure, first of all, people who have designed policies that are guiding the organization to go through the pandemic, and the indicators that we checked to see whether those programs and initiatives they have come up with are delivering results. We found in some situations that they actually were delivering results, but more importantly, they are on the road to sustainable resilience, which is the thing we said, that it is a total system, and that as long as the organization has put in place those things, this back and forth will actually be accommodated by the total system. But of course, employees on that dimension were they were more focused on how they saw their employer in relation to they as individuals, how they are going through the pandemic as employees of the organization. So in some cases, they were a bit more stringent on the employer as a result. But for us who are from outside and who had looked at everyone else, we saw that some organizations had more capacity built for a longer term sustainability of resilience than employees were acknowledging. So that is the difference that we see on the first dimension. The other interesting difference that we could talk about is, again, on the question of talent management. Clearly, that is self-explanatory in the sense that, again, while us as a team, we could see that these things will help this organization moving forward in the longer term, sustainably. The employees were living in the here and now. So they were less convinced that their employer was managing the question of talent well, in their view. But for us, when we could connect with some of the indicators, which are in the stories that the best employers will show, we actually evaluated some of those things a bit higher than the responses of the employees. Now, the other interesting thing to note on this is the highs and the lows. Now, well enough, the highs are on very important elements of the theme, resilience, which is a good thing. We saw that companies had tried to actually rise to the occasion. While initially they had all, like everyone else, first just went under the ground to wait until things happened. Eventually, I think most companies realized we are in this for a long time, and they started trying to come up with systems, starting to realize that they will need sustainable systems. So we found that there were elements of that, and especially companies that had been going through transformations, changes for other things that had happened to them in the past. This was a good thing to use to start. After all, we also realized that employer resilience can actually be built even during times that are okay. So during the good times, organizations can actually build resilience for the uncertain times. And so the ones that had engaged in some of those things before. And remember, for some of the organizations that had participated in the previous edition of AIR, there was a focus on transformation, change. There was a focus on this question of change, significant change, because the reality of business is that things are changing. So when now the pandemic came, especially after going through an edition that was focusing on transformation, it was a good advantage. That's why we have that. Then the other area where we have a high score is on the question of workplace health, occupational health systems. Again, this is a dimension that has always been measured before. So again, it was so easy to see that organizations, having gone through the experience of being evaluated on these things, they were building capacity for that. But clearly, there are worrying parts, especially on the social dimension of this survey. The question of employment of people with disability, and the question of sexual reproductive health and gender equity. Those dimensions, even though they were not, this edition was not the first time, there is a lot of work that organizations need to be more disability friendly, to be more inclusive. Because the reality, as the ED has mentioned, we are moving in a new direction. It's not completely new, but I mean the changes and the makeup of the workforce is increasingly becoming more and more diverse. We cannot continue to operate as if those changes are for some few people or for some economic regions. They are for all, because the world is becoming more increasingly a global village. So whatever issues come up in the West, they will come here as well. I've been warned that I have now 2 minutes. So this other one is simply to show you that in terms of how did organizations build resilience, one interesting thing is that much of the resilience that they built was not based on taking advantage of developments in technology. So the question of technology is still a big issue. Maybe going forward, this is something that the technical committee of AIR should look into. Might be important that we have a theme where we focus on how can we help employers through a survey like this, focus on taking advantage of technology. We are in the digital era. So if digital is the way to go, how can we sub-optimize technology? So that's the takeaway from that. There's also something about transformation. Of course, that one we have already talked about, that most of them were able to respond in the short term, but in being ready for the longer term, there were question marks. That's why those responses from the employers differ. At the beginning, employees were very happy that something had been done. But when the thing continued up and down, back and forth, then more people started having doubts whether the employer had what it takes to sustain this for a long time. This speaks to the social issue, especially the issue around gender issues. Those bars, even though the extreme left might suggest that more people were saying that when it comes to mothers, remember we are in a situation where we have more dual career couples, working mothers, but who are also still productive. Children, they give birth, they have to come back, because remember, we have laws that don't allow these working mothers to stay until babies are 2 years when they should be weaned off. And yet, when we want them back and they are still breastfeeding, we are not providing sufficient conditions for the baby's continuity to be attached to the mother. So this question was posed to all of you, all those who participated. And what is interesting is these are the lower blocks, the two, where we see that more, when you combine those two responses, we have a higher percentage saying that they don't feel their organization is sufficiently doing enough to allow working mothers to have the conditions to continue breastfeeding even when they come from their leave. It is not a nice thing, and we must pay attention to it as well. So the rest is just the detail. I think I'm going to skip that. I'm going to skip all that, and just say, lastly, lessons. So 3 things. Participating organizations are increasingly recognizing the importance of staff engagement and well-being. So from those troughs, we also saw something about employee mental health, physical health, health generally, and well-being. And increasingly, that is an issue that every employer is starting to realize that without getting it right, you can forget about the others. So the ones that will share experiences here, definitely they have good practice around employee well-being. It is not a welfare issue. Many times, when you look at how sometimes the HR theory sort of pits focus on well-being versus focus on business results, there is a way as if when you focus on well-being, it is about welfare, and that's not how to focus on employee talent management. It has to be that the well-being of employees is as strategic as the other business objectives. So the best companies are realizing that that is the way to go. It is not about welfare. The next lesson is customer experience is becoming important. However, what we are seeing is that we are not tracking, we are not having the capacity to follow the customer in time. We are focusing on understanding the customer after the fact. After they have left our store is when we start looking at what do we have? What did they say? Such, customer, those surveys you guys ask after. But we're saying there is an opportunity here. Technology is there, which can enable us to actually track in real time and know how people are actually experiencing our services. So that is something that this survey is bringing out as a result of looking at how organizations are responding to new developments in the nature of work that we're in. Others are calling it future of work. I'm still insisting it is the nature of work. Because the future is future. Future is a moving target. So employers need to leverage technology to measure the experience of their customers. So digital skills among employees needs to be raised. And also the employer's digital capability needs to be raised. So 2 things: let the employees have the digital skills, but let the employer have the digital capacity to take advantage of tracking the experiences people have of your services. I thank you very much.
Professor, I think the congregation was mean with the applause. I feel your job was very well done, very fairly done, intelligently presented. Even the Supreme Court of Kenya would stand with you on this one. If anybody challenged you, I believe they would actually give a passive verdict in your favor. And definitely not the beneficiaries, but those that took cue from your findings are here to vindicate your statements and actually tell us, give it to us. And without wasting time, we will proceed with the testimonies from the winners. And we shall follow the order as presented. I request that we remain cognizant of time, because we need to have a tea break before we come back for the other session. May I now invite the winner in the talent management category. The winner in the talent management category. Fine. We'll continue with the winner in the young employers category. Fine. Would like the winner or the one who, to bear testimony for the SME, in the SME category. Oh yeah, you're ready, huh? Fine. You will tell us your name and your organization. I don't have it here.
Thank you, MC. I'm George Masuba. And I'm the programs manager of Partners for Children Worldwide. Partners for Children Worldwide is a child-focused organization based in eastern Uganda, but more specifically in Teso region. We work in 6 districts. These are Amoria, Katakwi, Kabaramaido, Soroti, and Serere, plus Kapelebyong. Of course, it was a honor to be recognized in this category, and having won the award in the category of small and medium enterprises. I have a team of 26 members, and probably that's part of the reason we are in the SMEs. Maybe when we reach the level of employing 200 or 300, we'll also now compete in the big organizations. You know, the big boys and big ladies. These are full-time employees, and I would want to go directly to the practices that probably made us win. We support 3,400 vulnerable children in the districts I've mentioned. These are orphans and vulnerable children. And some are headed by children, others are headed by caregivers, elderly grandmothers and fathers. So we implement programs in the areas of health, basic education, child protection, early childhood care and development, and livelihoods, so to say. So when at the onset of the pandemic, of course, one of the 2 objectives we set was to ensure that our children are safe and the households where they live in, but also we needed to continue supporting them with the basic needs that we are mandated to. So what did we do? We adopted the e-system. The e-system, a process where funds are transferred up to the beneficiary, without anyone touching it. So most of our beneficiaries, of course, had phones. A few don't have. So we leveraged on we had to get a service provider where we can transfer funds. And from that platform, where we've transferred the funds, we are able to give instructions for funds to reach the various beneficiaries. So we were able to reach the 3,400 households with cash transfers. We all know that COVID increased the vulnerability of households, not only in the villages, but even here in the urban areas. So there was dire need for food, dire need for basic necessities. And you remember there was no way we would go there physically. But prior to COVID, of course, we had a volunteer system. These are people who are based in these communities. and were assigned a role to visit a number of children within their localities. So we used the e-system to ensure that all these households receive funds. We had never done this before. Initially, of course, we'd use the traditional ways of, probably carrying money. They assemble and procure whatever you have to procure, etc. But we are able to use this system, and households were able to receive funds. We did this in 3 phases. The first phase, we transferred 180 millions. The second phase, we transferred 70 millions. The fourth phase, we transferred 40 millions. 40 millions was basically to, at that time, you remember, there were flash floods and waterlogging in some parts of Teso region. So that plunged some of these households to more, they became more vulnerable. They are vulnerable, but their degree of vulnerability increased. So we still had to support them, buy food, because all their food that was in the gardens had been spoiled by the flash floods and waterlogging. So that was key, and we were able to deliver our mandate using that system. The other practice, of course, we had to increase the resilience in the communities. We are aware that there was a problem in as far as provision of health care is concerned, especially during the COVID times. So we supported 17 health centers in the areas where we are operating with megaphones, first of all to do community awareness, but also with the PPEs, personal protective equipment. So all these health centers were equipped basically to be in a position to manage any outbreak if it happens in those communities, and to ensure that the health workers are safe, but also whoever goes to the health facility is safe. So we did that, and we supplied PPEs 3 times. The lockdown, the first lockdown started around March 2020, and we came out of the total lockdown, I think it was 31st December 2021. So we provided that support, and I can tell you, households, children were able to access health care amidst the COVID times in these health facilities with partly our support. I can't say that it was basically or purely our support that was extended to these health facilities. So the primary reason for that was to ensure that the communities where we are operating are also resilient, because we didn't want to lose anyone, but also to ensure that our staff who could be best in those areas are also able to access health care. And then, of course, there are communities where there was no water. We had to, of course, seek permission through the various authorities, and we got a movement permit. And we coordinated a system where they installed water systems in 3 districts. Because you cannot fight COVID if you have no water. Water is key. So we had to ensure that we deliver on that as well, to ensure that our primary constituency, our primary beneficiaries are able to access this basic human right. And then, of course, having received the Having received the movement permit, we are able also to support our children access learning materials. We know how hard it was for children to study, and we are talking about children who don't have access to, some have access to radios, but we had to ensure that we deliver learning materials 4 times during the pandemic. So they were able to study, and we created a system where, of course, we provided, I will not go into many details, because we provided the PPEs, the volunteers had the sanitizers, etc. I may not go into that, but we had a system where we engaged a few teachers in different locations to ensure that children who have done the assessment in the learning in the learning materials are able to be picked. The learning materials are picked, taken to those different locations. The teachers mark, give feedback to the children. So there was that virtual interaction between the children and their teachers. So we delivered on that in this period. But of course, we adopted the virtual way of doing things. We had meetings, we had the teleconferences, we had meetings with the community volunteers virtually, basically to coordinate and do meetings, among others. I'm told I'm running out of time, so I will reduce on what I was supposed to communicate. When it comes to staff, of course, we had staff who went through stressful situations, which I may not mention here, but we assigned counselors to talk to them virtually. And I can tell you, they normalized, they had home issues, personal issues, marital issues related to the pandemic. So they were cancelled and they stabilized. So we had that, but also we had a staff who was facing a life-threatening situation, got an accident, life-threatening, in 2017. So at the onset of the pandemic, we were on the verge of releasing him. You know, he had gotten all his emoluments, he had been compensated, and he had built a house. Of course, he was also he had started a business. But the wife ran away from him, and he was there with his kid, and the business collapsed during the COVID time. So we pended that, separating with him, and we felt we needed to continue support him during these difficult times. So we've apparently assigned a technical person to help him in his business, the business which collapsed. Of course, is still on our payroll, but at an appropriate time, of course, we'll wean him off the payroll. But he's fairly doing well, and we believe probably in a year or 1.5 years, if we let him go, I think he will be in a better position to proceed with life. We have a volunteer system where you come in as a volunteer, you're coached, and we've seen staff rise to management levels in the organization and outside the organization. We know that many of the graduates who leave school, you know, many employers would want them to have experience. So we normally accept these graduates, and we've had some of them pick up powerful positions outside the organization during even the pandemic. So I think what is the outcome of what we did? We did not lose any staff, so we thank God for that. And we did never lose any child as a result of our interventions, nor did we lose any caregiver in the community. The donor confidence increased. We've continued to receive funding up to now because we are able to report, we are able to have audits. Even during the pandemic, virtual audit happened. We continue to use, up to now, we continue to use the system we started with during the pandemic. The e-system is now being applied. And of course, we are saving a lot of resources on movement, on going to the bank. So, of course, COVID brought us some of those advantages. Probably if it hadn't come, we would have taken long to adapt to that. And children, of course, attain their basic needs. And then the community confidence has increased. When you come to Soroti, you know Soroti was a hot spot. So if we didn't lose any person, I think that was good. Probably it could have been one of our contributions. Thank you so much, Alamanoi, for listening to me. And of course, I thank Professor for the research he did. And of course, I feel happy that we are recognized in our category as SMEs. Thank you so much.
Yalamano, the response is what? Mot? I don't know. Ebo. Thank you very much. Congratulations upon winning this most deserved award. The Master of Ceremonies who has been interrupting your time is now retired. The person in charge of this function is now a Director of Programs. So I'd like to request and I'd like to again implore the subsequent presenters, please accept to fit your testimonies in 3 minutes. The details are going to be uploaded on the website for a permanent record, but then the others, you can also exchange them during the tea break and the lunch break. I beg. I welcome those who joined us later than we had started, but I also want to remind you to visit the exhibition stalls, the exhibition desks for our exhibitors. It's very useful information to add on to that which you are getting from the formal session. We have 3 presenters remaining. The one on talent management, AMREF. The one on the employment of refugees, Marifa Investments. And the winner, Uganda Breweries Limited. I do beg you, ladies and gentlemen, I beseech you most humbly, try to fit your schedules, your presentations into 3 minutes. We need to have a tea break, and we are yet to have the keynote address. Please don't take it personally. Blame it on me, understandably though, so that we all benefit from the day. May I request the representative from AMREF come and give your testimony on talent management as the representative from Marifa Investments prepares the presentation on the employment of refugees, and finally Uganda Breweries, so we cover this slot. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You will tell us your names because I do not know them.
A very good morning. Yes. My name is Emily. Emily Aneno Biarahanga is my name, and I work as the Human Resources Business Partner for AMREF Uganda and South Sudan. Basically, it's been an awesome privilege to participate in this survey this time around. In the 3 minutes, I hope I can manage to, and I will try to do my best. I just want to give us a history about AMREF. We were founded in 1957. We are the largest African-based health organization. Maybe we'll share. And in Uganda, we started in 1986, so that's how long we've been. We look forward to creating lasting health change in Africa as our vision, and we do this by increasing health access into the communities of of Africa, and we stand by the values of integrity, Ubuntu, and quality. We stand on 3 pillars: human resources for health, innovation in health, and investments in health. One of the things that we really celebrate and we sail forth in our organization is culture. We have a well-defined culture formula upon which staff behave. And through the culture formulas, we also celebrate our staff who do practice those respective behaviors. Our culture formula is basically enablers over disablers. The enablers are the behaviors that staff need to continue doing to enable us do better, and then the disablers are the things that we need to get rid of. Examples of disablers are fear and intimidation, gossip, bureaucracy, lack of accountability, no communication. All those are areas that we really strive to get rid of. And we do survey on an annual basis, and every year we get formulas for every country globally. For example, in Uganda this year, what staff came out to find out as our enablers is that we have strong leadership and we meet the community needs. And the areas that we need to get rid of is burnout and discrimination. So when such surveys come out, we develop implementation plans and really see how best to sort out. And we have this philosophy: if it's to be, it's up to me. So every staff has a contribution to make towards culture change. And those who get voted to be the best examples of those behaviors, we have what we call the cultural wall of fame, where their pictures are displayed and the areas they are good at. During the COVID, one of the things that HR delights in is a growing and glowing employees. What do we mean by growing? When you come to AMREF, we want you to grow. You may not grow in position, but we want you to grow in terms of knowledge. We want you to grow in terms of all other things. But then also we want employees that glow. You don't just come to work because you need to earn. We want to see you excited and looking forward to coming to work. As a result, we put in place a number of benefits that will enable staff work with a lot of peace. Since 2014, we did what we call dollar pegging. Our salaries are dollar pegged, so somehow it supports staff to balance up with this hard economy. We do have group life insurance and group personal accident. This does not only cover staff, but it also covers their beneficiaries, the spouses and the children, in case of accidental deaths, in case of natural deaths. We do a lot of performance incentives. That is how we keep our performance abreast for staff to continue doing what they must do. We have 6 months maternity leave. This is in alignment to our niche of maternal health. So women, welcome to AMREF. During the COVID time, we couldn't afford losing any staff in AMREF because it was really quite tough time for all of us. So what we did was, we did what we call the resilience pay. We deducted salaries from the top, from the group CEO up to a certain level. The only people we didn't deduct salaries from were the support staff. So that way, the monies that were deducted supported us to take care of all others. So we said we'd rather all get a little but survive through the storm. But 3 months down the road, our intention was to have the deductions run for about 6 months. But 3 months down the road, our financial situation improved, and we stopped the deductions. And then this year, in January, we paid off the staff back their money after the COVID had. In terms of our organization development, we have a well-established leadership academy where staff have all kinds of learnings. We have also a women's network where it is basically for women. We have graduate internship programs. We have what we call the Global Exchange Program, where we have staff go to different countries to get a feel of what it is like. And during the COVID, basically our staff stayed in learning because the organization invested in different areas. We invested in LinkedIn Learning, Harvard Mentor, we partnered with Franklin Covey, so that way our staff kept learning. And our staff well-being is very pertinent for us. We pay up for staff to do exercises and all kinds of things in the different offices, even at the field offices. However, we also appreciate that sometimes staff don't feel confident talking to some people in terms of their personal issues, so we subscribed on a program called the 7 Cups. It's an online program where staff can subscribe and there's someone they can talk to and air out their views without us getting to know what is happening. Thank you.
I had allowed you an extra minute when you talked about 6 months maternity leave, but you've managed it very well. And the other side of it is that I don't know whether it goes with 3 months paternal leave, because who takes care of that lady? I think the men also deserve some attention. Thank you very much for really managing your time. And for those who may have taken exception to my restriction of time, I want to align you to our parlance here in one of our vernaculars. All good things are minimized. So if you hear something being referred to as car, you know that is actually the inverse of the real value. Akanyama, akasente, akawala, this kind of thing, okay? So for you who I'm giving 3 minutes, it's because of the importance of your presentation. We've also been joined by a representative from the young employers, but as I have said, let's hear from Marifa Investments, please, in 3 minutes, as a representative for the young employers also presents, and then we will have the last one from Uganda Breweries, okay? Thank you very much indeed.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, before I say anything, allow me to thank the government of Uganda for the good policies that accommodate refugees, at least in the best practice all over Uganda. We have the right to movement, we have the right to education, right to do business like any other Ugandan. Can you applaud the government for that? Yeah, I want also to thank the organizers for both events, especially ILO and the Federation of Uganda Employers. It was really amazing to see that refugees are also included in such events. When you look at the history or the background of refugees when they are entering the country, and you see me standing here in this capacity, it's a pleasure. Thank you so much once again, the government of Uganda. Yeah, why refugee employers? I will just give a brief background. As I said that we have right to education. Normally after education, it's hard to secure jobs. Wherever you apply, I'm happy I'm talking to employers now. Some of the employers may retain you, but majority of the employers do not because of our status. And given the fact that we have been given this chance of being included, I would beg that employers, please, refugees have the same capacities, they have the mental capacities, they have the skills which they can which can be of good use to you. Please, please, when you see an application from a refugee, consider them. It's a request. Well, my name is Zikama Faustin, normally Faustin, because I come from DRC. It's a French name. And why did we start to create employment for ourselves? I've given you the brief background. And our target is to encourage all the graduates to make sure that they create employment. Because we have a team, a very big team. We thank maybe UNHCR and Window International Uganda for the education they provide to us, but we make sure we are trying to sensitize people so that they can use the acquired skills and knowledge to create employment. Well, we did start our company, Marifa Investment, in 2016, and now it's employing 42 employees. But in the same context, we have another organization that is employing 69 employees. And our wish is not discriminatory. We recruit both refugees and Ugandans. Like I will talk on behalf of this company, Marifa Investment. It recruits 42, and 50% are refugees and 50% are Ugandans. For the other one is CIOTA, International Organization to Transform Africa. It is recruiting 69 employees, but 90% is made up of Ugandans. Because of the reason we are dealing in the education sector, and majority of the teachers who are qualified are Ugandans. That's why we have majority of Ugandans being employed in the education sector there. Back to the experience in COVID, where we maintained all our employees and we paid them their full salaries, because we cannot live with people when we are happy, and then when disaster strikes, we abandon them. That's a policy we developed, that the little we have to make sure that we eat it together. And it was not easy, of course, because finances in that tough period, but we want to thank some other organizations, especially the banking sector. If we can mention, like Ugaford Uganda and Opportunity Bank, they have accepted to come into the refugee settlements to provide financial services. Yet, we do not have securities to guarantee their funds, which they give us in terms of loans. I think they also deserve a clap. How I wish also many of the financial institutions would do the same, so that the refugees also are included fully in that service provision. I will just say thank you once again, ILO, for thinking about the refugees in your program. And I want to also thank the government again for their inclusion, their good practices. Thank you so much.
Yo lobi kombo na yo na
Zikama Faustin.
yebisa bango.
Kombo nanga Zikama Faustin.
Nana yo kisa yo anglais. Yo yoki wapi?
Na Buti Bunagana.
Obuti Bunagana. Amesi mingi musalabino bosalaka. Eza malamu nyoso.
Na sepeli mingi.
Applaudissez, bapesi applaudissez, applaudissez. Merci mingi.
Merci.
Kenda ovandaka. Those are some of the benefits of this kind of interaction. So we'll also put a slot on linguistics. May I invite representatives for the young employers? Kindly manage your time precisely like the others. As the final presenter from Uganda Breweries also prepares.
Protocol observed. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before you is Janet Namudu, and I bring you greetings from Biocore Enterprise Limited. We're humbled and grateful for FUE and then the other stakeholders for having recognized Biocore as the Young Best Employee of the Year. Thank you so much. Who is Biocore? Briefly, we are we are certified environmental practitioners. We are licensed by NEMA and KCCA to handle both hazardous and non-hazardous waste. We do a variety of things. We supply reagents. So we do a variety. Feel free to visit our website. You'll get to know more about us. During the pandemic, I won't say it was easy. It wasn't. It was very difficult. It was a new thing, but we thank God we coped up. But how did we cope up? First and foremost, we are not a big team. We are really small, of around 10. I can say it's a small team, but we are strong. I'm going to summarize what we did because time is not in my favor. And before the pandemic, we used to do things, can I say, locally, remotely. But when the pandemic broke out, we realized the need to transform from the local way of doing things. We embraced the digital technology. We could order things online. We embraced digital marketing. There are things that we didn't know before the pandemic. We thought they were for other groups of people. But when the pandemic broke out, we realized we could also do it. And we did it, and it really helped. And then another thing that we did during the pandemic, many organizations were laying off their workers. But I can say as the staff, we are glad because our MD didn't do that, but we rather worked in turns. A group of 2 could go to office today, and then the other could start home. So that's how we managed to maneuver through without laying off any staff. And that's what we did. And then communication was really important. We didn't, even for the groups that used to start home, where they were always aligned about what was going in at office. So everyone was aware of what was taking place at office. And then we had some staffs that went off for the leaves during the pandemic. Some, especially the ladies, they went off for the maternity. It wasn't 6 as the person who was here before, it was 3 months, but still they were paid and they got their full salaries. Though there was a pandemic, but they were still able to get their salaries. We also diversified from the normal business that we knew. We are doing audits, and then we are doing the sewage, but we still transformed. I can say we diversified to fit, because the hard times need strong people. So we went into supply of the sanitizers, the masks. So we really tried to cope up with the pandemic. And then we worked as a team, I can say, because even the top management, they weren't in their offices sitting, but we worked as a team to see that we maneuver through. Thank you so much.
I think as we wind up these testimonies, we really need to acknowledge the diversity in terms of skills, development, and resource mobilization that this exercise has brought about. I really commend those who participated and the testimonies you've given us. And now invite the representative from Uganda Breweries, the overall winners for this year's Employer of the Year Award, to share their testimonies. And the next 5 minutes, I'll ask Shafi to come and give us a focus onto next year's theme. Welcome. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, MC. Good morning, everyone. All protocol observed. My name is Rosemary Nakuya. I work with Uganda Breweries as an HR business partner. So Uganda Breweries was founded on 29th of July, 1946. So we've been in existence for 75 years. And our purpose is to celebrate life every day, everywhere. I know when I say that, most people go to the drinks, but it's much broader than just the drinks. It speaks to the work we do in communities and some of the initiatives that I'll quickly take you through. So what we did in COVID, and before I take you through what we did, I want to thank Professor and his team for the robust You know, they asked us so many questions. They were really, really detailed that really got us thinking and digging up everything that we had done. So, Professor and your team, thank you so much. FUE, thank you so much for putting this together. So we did, when COVID struck, we approached it in two ways. One was the people front, because we coined the term, our safety and well-being of our people is of paramount importance. So we had to make sure that everything we did for our people was ensuring that they were kept safe. And then we did focus on the business. What could we do to make sure that the business remained afloat? For those of you who remember, our main income stream, which was the bars, which we call on-trade, was closed for longer periods than any other work streams, but we were able to navigate that. So what did we do under people? One is we encouraged connections. We ensured that we kept communicating with our people, and our people that, the way we do human resources in UBL is we do, line managers are people leaders, so we call it people-led management. So because they're in constant contact with the people they lead, we had to first equip them with the skills of ensuring that they ensured that they were keeping in constant communication with their teams through weekly check-ins, morning, afternoon check-ins, just to make sure that everyone was safe and well taken care of. Then secondly, what we did is we focused on self-care and well-being. Because there was a lot going on, constant lockdowns, every time the president would come and communicate, would, be scared in terms of what is he going to say now. So what we did is we revamped our employee well-being program. We have what we call an employee assistance program. And part of that, we had to include a COVID care package that included, one, we made sure that part of the medical scheme that had been previously negotiated did not have COVID. So we had to revamp that to ensure that the medical care scheme took care of COVID testing, self-isolation for people who didn't want, if they had been infected, didn't want to infect their colleagues. We ensured that all our people had PPE, oximeters, sanitizers, masks, and we also ensured that we had a 24-hour call center for counselors to be able to talk to people. And we also focused on the totality of the employee well-being, not just health, but also financial, spiritual, social, and ensured that we constantly ensured that our employees were well taken care of. Then the third thing we did is we focused on a collective mindset. We had the saying, we emerge stronger together. We started each meeting with it and we ended each meeting with it. And what that meant is everyone, we were in it together. We ensured that, one, we were not going to let go of any of our employees. So we ensured that all our 314 employees remained with us, and also our extended workforce remained with us. So we did quarterly surveys to ensure that we heard from our employees, what can we do better, what support do you need, what challenges are you facing, and how can we ensure that you are working to the best of your ability. And so that's on the people front. Now on the company front, what we did, the first thing is we partnered with Ministry of Health to drive the vaccination campaign when the vaccination started. And as a result of that, we were able to contribute to the numbers that later led to the opening of the economy. If you remember, we did run quite a number of campaigns encouraging people to get vaccinated. The other thing that we did under business was to automate most of our manual processes that we were doing. We had started way back ensuring that, one, all our staff had laptops for those that were working in back office. So when they were not required to come to work, at least we ensured that they had the tools of trade, they were given data and airtime to ensure that they were continuing, the business was being kept afloat. And then our salespeople who had to go to trade because pickups were allowed to move, we ensured that we gave them the correct PPE. They had iPads and also data and airtime to make sure that they continued. The other thing is we partnered with Jumia to ensure that we continued to serve you, our customers. We developed what we called Party Central, which is still in in force at the moment. So it's an app that has all our brands and catalogs and everything. So you just go in, place an order, and someone delivers it to you because of the limited movements. The other thing that we did was to create shared spaces in form of shared drives. We had apps called Quip. We had apps for Zoom, which I know most companies use. We had Teams as a way of making sure that the business was kept afloat despite the fact that people were not at work. The other thing that we did was we developed what we call a flex philosophy. So it ceases to be where work takes place, but at what time work takes place. So employees had the flexibility of agreeing with their line managers that I'll be at work this time of the day, provided they delivered what they were supposed to deliver, instead of compared to the 8 to 5 jobs that we are used to. So in a nutshell, that's what we were able to do. And maybe to MC, we also have a 6-month maternity program and a 1-month paternity leave for the gentlemen.
I want to thank all of you for those wonderful presentations. I hope you feel like I do, that these testimonies are on all fours with a roadmap set out by the professor at the beginning. I'd like to compliment the professor for really developing such interrogative methods and tools and instruments that brought out such useful revelations. Can we put our hands together for all these presentations? The guest of honor said, and I think it was the professor who said, the future is the future is the future. The past is past. 2021 era is past. Would now like to set the roadmap for 2022, and I'd like to invite Mr. Shafi Manafa in 5 minutes to give us a focus, either excite us or challenge us as we prepare. I'd request that at exactly 11:30, we do break for a 20 minutes tea break. We break for a 20 minutes tea coffee break, have some more exchanges, and at exactly 12 o'clock, we get back here and continue with the rest of the session. Our lunch is scheduled for 1:20, and we shall have done the business within that time allowed. May I hear the ayes? May I hear the nays? Shafi Manafa, can you come and use your 5 minutes, please? Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much, Solomon. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The AIR is a survey that seeks to identify, rank, and recognize outstanding HR and best business practice in Uganda. As FUE, we are happy that this has now gone to other countries globally. And as FUE, we have even eaten some honorarium. There is one country that said, you guys, you developed something very good. We give you some cash because we have benefited and we're going to use it. Having said that, normally we have a formula that guides us to determine the theme for the next Employer of the Year Award survey. We did employer resilience because of COVID, which was a global phenomenon, which we didn't know how to handle. And we are very happy that we identified some very, very interesting practices. Now, normally when you unpack HR, you have strategic HR areas, things like talent management, HR MIS, you have things like OSH, you have things like managing talent and HR as a business partner. That is strategic HR, among others. Then we also have what we call the behavioral traits in HR, because we know that organizations or companies have the machines, the computers, and all that, but then you need the software, the human resource, the individuals, the people, to operate and manipulate those machines to deliver the necessary productivity. And then thirdly, we have diversity, and inclusion. So these three are the ones that actually inform the core of our AIR survey and the methodology and the theme. But our beloved heads of HR who guide the way we do the Employee of the Year Award survey normally want the theme of the survey to be aligned or to be one in the area of strategic HR rather than behavioral or diversity inclusion. Before I summarize the three that would then inform the next AIR survey, please allow me still just 5 minutes from your break tea time to invite Bernard Odur to talk to us and scatter apprenticeship. Because when he does, this apprenticeship might be one of the areas that we might look into in subsequent Employee of the Award surveys in terms of diversity and inclusion. Because as employers, as HR practitioners, we are the real beneficiaries of apprenticeship. Bernard Odur, please.
Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, all protocols observed. Our very good MC said that I have only 2 minutes because we are sharing the 5 minutes. I'm happy to be here, and I just want to inform the team here that we conducted a survey among the FUE members and non-FUE members, and what we wanted to learn was about the TVET and apprenticeship training in Uganda, and wanted to see to what extent are the employers being involved in pushing forward the apprenticeship training. So we have some few findings that I would want to share with you, and I think for the purpose of this particular meeting, we may not focus too much in the area of TVET training, although it has been mentioned to be very, very critical from literature that this TVET training serve us as employers, and all the time we interact with them. So we shall only look at majorly the apprenticeship training in Uganda. And then also we look at what is happening across East Africa. And it's going to be very, very brief. Now this big write-up just shows a little bit of background to TVET training across East Africa, and trying to, so that actually this has already caught fire. Many people are now getting involved, and there are many stakeholders, and so the enrollment has also increased, and there are now many graduates who have come out of their TVET training. In Uganda, TVET training has moved a long way. We have very many policies now which are in place, which has been written and being implemented by different TVET institutions. There have been a lot of capacity building in different areas like counseling and guidance and career growth in that particular area. So there are quite a number of things which have been done in this particular area. However, when you look at the TVET training in Uganda, it has like about 2 or 3 areas. We have the formal and then the informal. The formal TVET training through the academic institutions, both government and private, has been moving on well, although the non-formal is the area which still requires some kind of quality check, because many people now do training in garages, in electrical and other areas, but you find that they do not have a good gauge towards further education, and even the quality of this kind of training sometimes is wanting. So it makes it very hard for us to recruit them and also keep them in our organization, because some of the informal training goes undocumented and do not get certificates. So that is something I wanted us to take note of. Formal and informal is what I'm trying to emphasize. I think we shall discuss more about that, but the challenge is what I already mentioned. There are very many TVET institutions, And what I want to mention here is that the TVET education system in Uganda, or training, has gone through a lot of other stages. And as we are talking now, there are very many institutional framework that are already in place. From the Ministry of Education, you have the full Directorate of Industrial Training. You have those which deals with the examination, among others. Then you have the full Directorate headed by Commissioner and the Ministry that try to observe and supervise the TVET education. But the area which is still glaring is the area of non-formal or informal. Access in the areas or awareness about TVET education, it was more in the education area. However, I think one of the other areas where it was not very, very known is the public area, public sector. And then, sorry, maybe around, you have the mic? It's not working. So we are seeing here, around the public, TVET was less known. It's taken like the work for those who are paid education. Then among the employers, of course, given the kind of recruitment that we have, 87.5% of the employers reported that they are aware of TVET. Majority are the employers and education institutions, they were aware. So that remains a very, very important area for us to observe. So the public need to be more sensitized about the TVET. Now, there's being aware, and also the other bit is ownership. So we ask these people whether they actually own, or maybe they are taking up TVET. We realize that a larger percentage, 86.8% of the employers that whom we visited, they say that they are actually taking up these TVET graduates. It's the technicians, the electricians, and so on. Sorry. Then role played by employers, there were quite many roles that you have played, and one of the area was about sensitization and career guidance, as mentioned by the sample team. Also, the other bit is about imparting knowledge to these TVET graduates when they come to the institution. There was an element of further training. Then key milestones are quite many in the interest of time. I will not mention all this. I think you will be in position to receive a copy, but we have moved a long way. And we have employers playing a critical role towards pushing ahead the TVET. For example, linking TVET with the job market is very, very important. Sensitizing the community and giving career guidance to employees in the area of TVET, and among others. And we have found that many employees now do more than one work. They do the office work and they do additional employment. You find they have other work they do outside which is related to TVET. Our meeting today, we are trying to look at how do we take apprenticeship training into our end of year award program. What is apprenticeship training? I want to appreciate the ILO for a lot of work that is being done in this particular area, and they have done a lot of guideline writing, and already work has already started in Jinja where they do a lot of training, although majority are still refugees, but we need to see how we even include now other people who are non-refugees to be also in the same place. So there are also other apprenticeship training which is being done for a particular group of people, for example, girls, by NGOs. So we have very many development partners who are doing this kind of work. And sometimes they go a long way to provide employment opportunities, among others. There is another program which has already started in Rwanda and coming to Tanzania and is crossing to Uganda now, but it is focused more on the area of microfinance management. And that is one of the other training which is in the area of apprenticeship. So in Uganda it has moved a long way. Institutions have been identified so that they can do both the classroom work and then also to do field attachment, have 50%, 50%. Now, apprenticeship itself is the program or the position in which someone learns a trade by working under a certified expert. So when next time we come with Professor to ask about apprenticeship opportunities that you have and whether you have trained people, we want to see whether you have taken some people in your organization and you are training them with a given kind of supervision or expertise. That is what we shall be looking at. And some of this training is not necessarily to retain the person, but to train the person to be employed either by you or by the market outside. Apprenticeship training has been confused most of the time with industrial training and internship, among others. Of course, there are some of the training that requires both the theoretical and the practical work. And now the university do it much better. Although the time for internship and industrial training remain very, very small and within the semester and the program of the university. So there are a number of challenges to do with the industrial training and internship. But we want to emphasize more about apprenticeship going forward. So we need to take note of that. Ladies and gentlemen, not to bore you, when we ask our employers whether they offer apprenticeship training, 70.6% said yes. And that is quite a good percentage. And we want this to go to 100%. So we probably believe that in the next presentation we shall have here, we shall have a better percentage. This percentage might go up or might be low, depending on the proper understanding of apprenticeship. Because most people who said yes could have implied industrial training or internship as apprenticeship, given what we have defined up here. Knowledge, attitude, and practice of apprenticeship training. Yes. Are you aware of apprenticeship training? 74% said yes. Then if yes, we ask the employers, okay, is your organization carrying out apprenticeship? A smaller percentage, a slight drop, 70% said yes. And then now we ask, is your organization also doing the same? So they were aware, those ones who are aware of others. Then those who are implementing apprenticeship, they are only 64% from 74%. So that means there is a drop, there is knowledge and implementation gap of about 10%. Now, the other side is about whether it is effective or not. Those who have implemented, they said it was very, very effective. It was very, very effective. And so in East Africa, what has been done? Quickly, this is just a second last slide. We have the Act of Parliament which provides for apprenticeship and then also the TVET training. And all of them have. Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, those are the three, the core that we looked at. They all have the Act of Parliament. That is a strength. The other one is the policy. The apprenticeship policies exist in these particular countries, although they vary by sector. You find one in agriculture, the other one is in construction, the other one is in business, among others. And then also we ask them about the training guidelines. They all have different training guidelines depending on the sector where they are involved. So there is need for us to see, in the same sector, can we harmonize? So it is very, very important. When we look at issues of intervention by different stakeholders to support apprenticeship, you find like in Uganda we have ILO, then in other countries we also have other people who are supporting apprenticeship training. Then we have collaboration and linkages. This was found to be there and different from one country to another. What about the issues of industries that are being supported? As already ILO mentioned, tourism and hospitality was leading across East Africa, although there are other areas like in agriculture and construction. Management of apprenticeship varied among different countries, and it is important for us to note. Recommendation. The apprenticeship program should be expanded to new geographical areas. For example, outside Kampala, maybe in Karamoja, should only be in the center. Because when you look at the center we have at the moment is in Jinja. So it's very important for us to expand this so that we make it public and it will be embraced across the country. National framework for the quality apprenticeship should be finalized. Okay, this would be very, very important. Otherwise, we shall be pretending to be training, but not actually doing the real training. And then apprenticeship implementation tool should be developed across East Africa, then increase the number of companies that are actually providing apprenticeship opportunities to our people. Then supporting harmonization of policies and institutions, institutionalization of the quality apprenticeship within social partners, among others, should also be something that should be embraced. Our question, what challenges have we met so far in conducting this work? And then what should we do so that we can do apprenticeship correctly? So, this microphone has been removed, and I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Bernard. So, in other words, he was saying that apprenticeship is all about offering people opportunities to learn on the job. So, for us, from the AIR perspective, in terms of strategic HR, from the previous survey, the area of talent management or HR business partnering might inform the theme for the next survey. Now, in terms of diversity and inclusion, which is decent work, we have integrated disability inclusion in the survey. We have integrated sexual and reproductive health rights in the survey. We have added employment of refugees. So apprenticeship, given that 70% employers are saying yes and 30% are saying no, this is an area where we would like to encourage more employers to take in interest to participate. So in the next survey, this could be one of the areas. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much.
I'm really in trouble, but help me out, ladies and gentlemen. I promised 20 minutes. I'd like to stick to my word, notwithstanding the late start. Let's take 20 minutes, please, and we could actually carry our tea and coffee, come and finish it at the table, so that we don't overstretch the program. May I beseech you once again, while you go through the tea station, also take off some time to visit the exhibition desks and get some information from there. We'll continue with the exchanges. I thank you very much indeed. Let's go, let's run for the tea or coffee, come back for the next session. Thank you very much. Legacy.
1, 2. Okay. Checking, checking, checking. Hello, 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 hello. It will be. Then check. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 2, 1, 1, 2. Checking. Okay, legacy audio. That's my feedback, is it? 1, 2, no, I'm not talking to you, I'm trying to make sure that your colleague is setting his things the way he wants. Is it okay? Right now you want me to do, you know I get shy, now I'm going to go stand there before I speak. I'm going to come here where there's no people. And now, how does it work? Are you good? All good?
Welcome back from the break tea, ladies and gentlemen. For those who we had to rush, we beg your indulgence. We're running against time, and we don't want to miss this very important session. As we progress into this session, I also like to inform you of some interesting publications on sale. There is this wonderful book written by our own Rosemary Senabulya, former ED, Rise Up, Unleashing Your Leadership Potential as a Lady. Oh, but here it's written as a woman. It's going for only 50,000 shillings. They're very interesting readings and quotes. And the report, the concise report on the Employer of the Year Award, Employer Resilience in a COVID-19 World and Beyond, is also available. It's very well condensed, very easy to read, with a lot of information. It's going for 500,000 Uganda shillings. It's out at the table. Please avail yourself a copy. In this session, we're going to have a keynote address, putting experience, logic, and challenge to what we have been discussing since morning. And I'd like to welcome our keynote speaker, Associate Professor Mtunzi Perry Mason Mudwaba. Perry Mason, I have heard of just a few minutes. Perry Mason, I have heard of. Mudwaba, I would learn, but I understand Mtunzi has the same meaning. Here it means a seller. I'm told in Nairobi it means the richest person. And then, of course, for Uganda in the diaspora, in Southern Africa, it has its meaning. He has a very rich experience as a founder, co-founder and chairman of SANA, South African Norwegian Association. And we know the involvement of the Norwegian government in the development of employment practices. He was a tripartite candidate for the ILO International Labour Organization Director General in 2022 till the election on 25th March 2022. We know the ILO as a tripartite specialized agency with 187 members. He has a past, glorious, rich, and firm. As a vice president, while he worked at the International Organization of Employers, he was vice president of the ILO and ILO vice chairman in Geneva, Switzerland. He is the first International Organization of Employers vice president and ILO vice chairman from Africa since inception in 1919, and where he worked from 2017 to 2021. Professor Mtunzi is the chairman of the Human Rights and Responsible Business Conduct Policy Working Group of the International Organization of Employers since the year 2015-2021. We know that IOE is the largest private sector organization with employee organization members in over 150 countries, representing over 50 million companies. Mr. Mtunzi is the chairman of council at the University of the Western Cape since 2015 to 2018. Please bear with me. For us here, we don't have things like past. Once a chairman, always chairman. Once a chairman, always chairman. He is an adjunct associate professor of law at the University of Western Cape since 2018-2021 and is a member of the B20 Employment Education Task Force from 2010 to 2021 in the G20 and was B20 Germany and Italy co-chair of the Employment and Education Task Forces. He is a member of the advisory group of UBER, Europe, Middle East and Africa, EMEA, since 2019 to 2020. He consulted to UBER in South Africa, amongst other clients, from 2019 to 2022. I am on the 4th page of a 60-page CV. And having hurried you from your tea, it's only fair, and please accept that we pause here And I give you Professor Mutonzi Perimaso Mudwaba. Most welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Testing. Can you all hear me? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm very worried by this once a chairman, always a chairman, because this is how we get into trouble with the youth. That we don't want to leave. We want to be permanently there. And of course, with people who take over from us, we tend to like to rule from the grave, which is a problem. They must learn from people like Rosemary here. When you leave, you leave. And I want to recognize all the protocols possible. I don't actually like that thing, but when I'm not sure who's in the room, I think it's better to do that. The government officials that might be here, the trade union representatives that might be here, the professors, doctors, whatever label possible that needs recognition. So I'm going to have to try to see how. I was very relieved when I saw you were getting something to eat, even though it's before lunch, because my worry was keeping you from the lunch when we've been waiting for such a long time. So now I can take as much latitude as I want, because I saw you having some chicken wings. That helps, and some tea. So at least you won't look at me begrudgingly as if I'm the person you must target so you can get to your lunch. I do want to recognize Rosemary, and I'm very happy. I was happy to see her. I thought about her this morning as I was training in the gym, because I was thinking, it would be lovely to see her. And really why I say that, not because she was the boss lady at FUE, but purely because she was one of the forebearers within the ILO. She was one of the people that welcomed me to the ILO. I'm a youngster in the ILO. These were the veterans that were there before us. And all the things that one was able to learn and every the things that one was able to achieve in the name of Africa, one did so because there were people like her that were there to at least usher some of us in as youngsters at the time. I have also met a lot of colleagues here that are, this gentleman, as he was talking about his award, George, I was looking at him, I was thinking maybe I'm imagining things, because I thought, I know his face. Similar to Mary, when I saw Mary this morning, I thought, when you travel quite a bit, sometimes you get quite confused. And I was thinking, maybe it's me imagining it. And so she said, no, I'm from Kenya, Then I thought, oh, okay, then it's okay. So my talk is going to be very, how do I say this? It's not structured in any way, very deliberately. I don't like structured stuff. That's why I've become very unpopular with many people in many parts of the world, including the very international labor organization that I've come from, Bureau International de Travail, for the gentleman from DRC, is what we call it in the French. I also have made a lot of notes from some of the things that were mentioned by the colleagues who spoke before me, and I want to touch on those if I can, but if I see that time is becoming a big problem, I will then leave those, but I've also integrated them into my very unstructured talk. Now the background is very important because it's taken me a number of years to realize that other people pay attention to what you did yesterday. For me, I've always believed that what matters is what you do today and what you do tomorrow. Because what you did yesterday goes to past points, and it can't carry you for the rest of your life. And this is the reason South Africa is in such a mess. Because everybody in my home wants to be recognized for the struggle they fought for, but there's no struggle anymore. You have the power. So why are we still having a mess? Why is it even worse than before? Because all the people there want to be recognized for these credentials that are very dubious, right? Especially the leadership. So apologies to the government officials that are here. I don't tend to be very nice to government people. And some of you who are here will know that my South African government even decampaigned me when I was trying to be the DG of the ILO, the few ministers, not everybody. A lot of people, I love them and they love me back. But a few of the ministers, and the president, Cyril, went out of their way to make sure I wouldn't make it. I'm at peace with it. Actually, I'm going to get even better than what I was hoping to get into,
because it's about delivery. It's about what you are supposed to do in this lifetime. And no man, I'm not mentioning a woman because women normally don't do these things, and no man will stop you when you are meant to get to a particular point. It's not possible. The universe knows, and everybody knows. And if you know, and they can take that away from you, it makes them even more nervous. So some of my colleagues that get very threatened very easily, why they get so nervous is because when they look at you, they don't know how to threaten you. So if they don't know how to threaten you, then it's like, what are we going to do with this one? And then they label you. Then they label you. And how do they label you? They say that arrogant mdwaba. You see? And as soon as you become an arrogant mdwaba, you become defensive. And then that's you being disabled. That's what happens. See, people label you and then you become and then they say, you see? And then they disable you whilst you are still trying to find your feet, to find your rhythm. So I've learned to deal with those things and not be threatened by that rubbish. I've learned to get over it, transcend it, and know that I am only responsible to the community that gave birth to me. I'm only responsible to my family, to friends, and to myself. If you have a problem, deal with yourself and get over yourself. So I wanted to start there, because then you know what's going to happen after this, right? So my background is rural South Africa, rural as rural can get. It doesn't get more rural than where I come from. My mother still lives there. She's 82 years old. Went through what is called Bantu education in South Africa during the apartheid, Verwoerd's time, the big architect of the problems we have in South Africa at the time. Maybe I should come here as well, because I think these guys are hidden behind a pillar, so that at least we connect as well as I'm talking. So studied there, did my up to matric, and then went to, for the first time, to Johannesburg to study at the University of the Witwatersrand. Ended up doing 2 degrees there, one in the social sciences, another one in the law. And many years later then went into becoming a lawyer, became an entertainment lawyer actually. Yes, an entertainment lawyer, that's why, entertainment lawyer. Don't you find me entertaining, Rosemary? Became an entertainment lawyer. And it was very interesting, yes, because I went into law. This name Perry Mason, by the way, MC, was my grandfather deciding, as he put it, how did he put it? But he wanted to ensure that I was a lawyer, as he put it. But he doesn't know, although now he's in the spirit world, he probably knows it had nothing to do with him. But Perry Mason, those of you who read books, there were books about Perry Mason, investigative criminal lawyer, and then there were some TV things done, so that's my middle name. So went on into the entertainment industry because when I became a lawyer, I realized that I didn't want to be a lawyer. And I didn't know how to tell my parents, because in the village it means a lot to say my son is a lawyer. So I was like, what am I going to do? So eventually, I tried something else, and then somebody suggested, why don't you do law that works for artists and musicians? So I then went into that. I ended up representing a lot of people you may or may not have heard of. One of them, in fact, died a few weeks ago. His name is Tukulo in South Africa. He's called Magesh, and then there's another one that's called Kabelo, Panzula for Life, and many other things that I represented at the time. Then went on to be a business person in technology, went on to buy into a company that was in trouble. In South African money at the time, 2001, it had about a 36 million cumulative loss. Bought into that company together with partners. I became the biggest shareholder of that company and the CEO. It's a company called Talk IT, T-O-R-Q-U-E-I-T. Talk IT was then turned around by my team and I over a period of about 4 or 5 years, and became the largest technical skills, high technical skills training company in Africa. We built the company in 27 countries. We became the Cisco Partner of the Year every year for 7 years, Cisco being in the networking environment. We became Microsoft Partner of the Year twice in 4 years. We introduced cloud computing when there was no cloud computing. I remember the guys teaching me because rural boy didn't understand it. I go say, what do you mean? How can it be in the cloud? You know? And they were writing very elementary things on my board. And so Talk IT then became this entity that we used for training and skills. And I am forever grateful that I was involved in that as a foundation for my later life. I also have always been close to education one way or the other, whether I wanted to or not. At some stage, I chaired the primary school governing body where my kids were. It was actually a trick for me to be able to spend some time with my kids. I was busy back in those days. I was about 31, 32, and that's when I was particularly busy. And that also taught me about the foundation stage of education. And I'm forever grateful for that too. And there's many other elements I'm going to leave, by the way, because I've been involved in multiple industries. I used to chair an advertising company that I had shares in, and many other companies in property and whatever you, along the way to getting to the ILO eventually. So, how do I get to the ILO? I get to the ILO because someone in 2002, 2003 comes to my office at Talk IT when we're still trying to figure out how to turn this thing around. And it was a complete mess, the company at the time. And the guy comes, sees me, and then says he's come to recruit me. So I said, you come to recruit me to what? He says, to an organization called the BITF, the Black Information Technology Forum. So I said, what do you do? He says, we represent technology, all the black practitioners, owners in IT, and technicians and whatever, and we are there for the redressing of the imbalances of the past during apartheid, and we would like to have you there. So I said, why? And it's very important because the book I've just finished writing, well, finished it in January, and I'm hoping it will be published here in Uganda. I love Uganda, by the way, Rosemary. I'm not sure why. No, I didn't know it was the pearl of the thing, whatever you call it. I must buy your book. I'll buy your book. I'm happy to buy your book. But maybe you must send me an electronic version. It's likely to be read much quicker. You know, but when I was writing my book, though, I got to remember this guy who came to recruit me, because he said something interesting, which at that time I never could have had the vision to understand. He said to me, I've come to recruit you because we're looking for revolutionaries. So I said to him, you're looking for revolutionaries? I'm from the rural villages. Are you confused? I said, if you come from a rural village, what do you know about revolution other than what you've read in history happening in France or some place, right? And he says, no, you need to leave that to us. We know revolutionaries when we see them. So I said, okay, I'll submit then to this higher knowledge that he has. And then I joined the BITF, and then from the BITF, I became the president of the BITF, in fact, eventually also became the president of the Information Technology Association, which was a competing organization owned by white people. That one had lots of white people with very big companies, so I became the president of both at that time. And then I ended up going into the Federation of All Business in South Africa called BUSA, Business Unit in South Africa, became one of the vice presidents. And then there was a guy there who was the COO, and Jealous might know this guy because he still works for the ILO. I think he's retiring, or they just extended his time a few months. A guy called Vic van Vieren. He was the chief operations officer at BUSA, and he was in trouble, and the board wanted to fire him because he kept on disappearing to this Geneva. Nobody understood what he was doing and what this bloody ILO was. So I said, okay, maybe should I meet with the guy? Why don't I meet him, and before we fire him, why don't we at least understand what it is that he's doing, whatever he's doing it. So I met him and discovered actually there's a lot he's doing in the ILO in Geneva. The only problem was that he wasn't good at writing reports. You know, he went away, flew away, spent time by the lake in Geneva, did some work, came back, but no report. So I then had to go back to the board and say, listen, the guy is not somebody you should fire, I think. I think let's embrace the guy, let's help him write good reports, and let's make sure that we can get this information. And thank God we did, because a few months later, he left to be the ILO director in Pretoria. The ILO had hunted him, and then I, as the only person who's the one-eyed man amongst all the blind men, ended up being asked to go and replace him in Geneva, even though I wasn't working for the organization Busami. I was a politician, I was a vice president. That's how I met Rose and them. The rest is history, and the chair, this MC, has already shared it with you, so I'm not going to bore you with the details. It just got to a point where in 2017, huge fight. Maybe that's the only thing I must tell you. Huge fight for me not to be the vice president in Geneva. Everybody tried hard. The Americans tried even harder because they then also had a candidate to compete with me. And in 2017, I became the first African ever to be the vice president of the IOE, which represents 150 countries, just over 50 billion employers. And automatically, by being vice president of the IOE, you become the vice chair of the ILO, which is the top 3 officials of the ILO in the world. Where companies have 1 chair, the ILO has 3. Because the ILO does everything in 3s. Government, trade union, employers. So I was the chair of the employers, and therefore that is how I got into this organization. But here's the thing. Everywhere I've gone, all over the world, and some of you are probably just nice people. Some of you might be wondering, what is this ILO? Because everywhere I go in the world, people don't know what the ILO is. And the ILO thinks it's very well known. This is the problem with humanity and us, and God making us all feel important in front of our mirrors, right? So the ILO, every time I say to them, people don't know you. They say, what? Special agents of the United Nations. People don't know you. It doesn't matter that you're a special agency of the United Nations. Who are you, simply, to people, so that people can understand what it is you're supposed to do? And I said to Shafi when he fetched me at the airport at 3 a.m. the other day, I said, you know, Shafi, until people understand what the ILO is, we are never going to elevate the human resources people of the world to the level they deserve. It will never happen. Because contrary to what you may think, I spoke in Colombia the one time. I mean, just before the COVID, I traveled about 30 countries a year, talking, listening. And I was in Colombia, and there were like ministers from the region, from the Latin American region. And I said to the Minister of Labor and the HR people that were there, I said, the statement I want to make for you is that you're not important. So I said, you think you're important, but you're not. So until such time that you are important enough to be recognized as being important as HR practitioners, you ain't never going to make any difference. And why did I say this? You see, all of us talk about how people are important. Everybody does an amazing job of saying people are the important asset until times get hard. And then people are the first to be fired. And meantime, sometimes it's the CEOs who should be fired. I fired my CEO in San Francisco in a company that I was running, and he was like, you know, this guy, and was blaming the financial crisis for the problems of the company. Until I went to stay in San Francisco for a few months, and I realized the problem is the CEO. And he was blaming everybody in the company and wanting to fire everybody, all his vice presidents. You know, in the US, everybody's a president. President, vice president, executive vice president, senior vice president. But I was his boss. So I said, listen, something is not right here. And eventually, I fired him. And the company started going that way. Same thing happened at Talk IT. I fired my best friend at Talk IT, my best friend. Of course, that friendship ended, right? As you can imagine, ended completely, right? Because he was the worst chauvinist I'd ever met. I'd never met a worse man in my life, and he was my friend. And I was trying to think, maybe I'm like him. You know, why did I befriend somebody like this, right? And he was so bad that women used to get shingles. You know, when you get shingles, it's high levels of stress. People go to hospital because of him. And there's a lot of people like that who always hide, and then the people are the ones who get fired, right? We find a very easy way as the CEO having access to the board and the CFO and the COO, all the C's, for people to be fired. But until HR is important, which is something I'm going to come back later to about what should we be doing to ensure resilience. Once HR is elevated, then HR is able to elevate people's problems and challenges properly. And more often than not, Uganda seems to be doing very well from the stats I was watching and whatever, so I hope it's doing well in this one as well, that not many HR people make it to the board. I don't know Uganda. Maybe if you run the board in Uganda, you tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about. So a lot of HR will be observers on the board. And they'll be on the board as invitees. You know, they'll be there to give a report and leave. And leave the real bosses to make decisions. And the real bosses would be the CEO or the MD and the CFO. CFO is always the most important guy. And sometimes the COO, right? And here's the problem with the CFO. CFOs are good people for numbers and money. My CFO in turning around Talk IT, a guy called Gerard de Beer, was one of the best, but he needed to grow into the best. Like that lady was talking about growing and glowing. Can't remember, somebody was talking about growing and glowing, right? Amongst the recipients of the awards. But Gerard needed to grow into a better CFO. So every time he came to me with people issues, I would say, you keep away from people, just look at the numbers. When you have a problem with people affecting the number, come to me first. Tell me how the people are affecting the number and I'll help you. Okay? But don't go as a default to the people. And so until such time that as HR people or human capital development people, we can be able to sit on boards and be part of the decision making of the companies or in government, you don't get the crumbs of all the ministers' little leftovers when they do their budget. I don't know if you know that in Africa and Latin America, between 1% and 2% of the entire budget goes to people. Okay? So they'll deal with trade and industry, they'll deal with commerce, they'll deal with economic affairs, they'll deal with whatever is done by government. I'm never sure what they do, right? But ultimately, 2% of the entire budget is what goes to people's issues. Now, if the Department of Employment and Labor, which is the custodian for the relationship with the ILO, has no power to speak when decisions are made by government, has no power to elevate people issues other than to sit and wait for the finance minister to speak, and wait for the Minister of Economic Affairs to speak, and wait for the Minister of everything to speak, at what point do you think we become important as human capital people? So I want to leave that as a poser with you, and you think about it. But it's very important to have some serious disruption in this VUCA world that Douglas was talking about. Yeah. So the ILO, to summarize, how I summarize it to everybody. So the book that I've written, which I'm hoping will be published I keep saying in Uganda, I will not mention by who, partnered with who, because I refuse to have my book published by a Harvard or an Oxford or a Wits or a UCT. It will never happen. Because I don't want the Mzungus, white people, to say they made me. They didn't make me. They tried to trample on me as much as they could. They failed, right? So I'm not going to go now and make them feel good. This is, oh, you know, this is our guy. I'm not their guy. And I don't want to be their guy. So if my book is going to be published, it's going to be published in Africa. It will go to them from here. It will go to all the other universities from here. It will go to the 187 country members of the ILO from here. We can translate it into Spanish and all these languages, but we must also have it in ours, right? And then we send it. Now, for me, the book I've written is entitled Demystifying and Sharing the Jewel Called the ILO, A Labor of Love. Because I really love it, actually. Really, I had to dig deep and ask myself, what am I doing in this ILO? I could have made so much money as a business person, because I know how to make money too, Rosemary. So one thing I know is to make money. But I left and stayed in the ILO, dealing with all these issues that we have. And because I love tripartism and I love social dialogue, I love what it's about. Because at the very basic core of it is not complicated science. it is consulting people. It is about consultation. That's all it is. It's just fancy footwork, social dialogue. It's being consultative. It's being able to recognize the other person respectfully, that they have something to add to their agenda. And so when we were having the Global Commission on the Future of Work, and the Global Commission on the Future, let me say this first. So the ILO, I didn't offend you, my brother, right? You're not from government, the guy who's leaving. I apologize if I did. Okay. He's not, okay. No, maybe he's from government. He just says this man is full of, you know. So the ILO, when I simply explain it and why I wrote the book, it's very complicated. Hey, jealous? It's complicated, the ILO. Yeah, it talks about rights. Every day we're fighting about rights. Who has more rights than the other one, especially the trade unions. All the trade unions are in the room. When they come in there, they look at an employer, they say, oh, this employer is coming to deal with my rights, right? And everything, and these rights are important. I don't want to be misunderstood. They are very, very important. For example, when George was talking about children, I was thinking here, Convention 182, child labor and other things, the worst forms of child labor. The Child Labor Convention is the only one in the world that has reached universality, in that every country that is a member of the ILO has ratified it, right? Am I right, jealous? It's the only one. Out of all the conventions in there, and there's a lot of them. Now, the interesting thing about the Child Labor Convention is that in spite of it having reached universality, child labor is on the increase. So the question is why? Why have we all signed it, but it's going the opposite way? Something makes no sense. But it's quite simple. It's because, you see, the guys, jealous bosses that don't like me, when we were telling them, I said to them, listen, Jealous and I are good friends. We're good. So don't be misunderstood. It's just the people at the top. What happens is that they all go, the governments. Is Martin Wandera in the room? Okay, Martin represents Uganda. So I wanted to say this in front of him. So what they do is they go home and they go to parliament and they say, we must ratify this convention. And everybody gets busy ratifying a convention. For example, at the moment, everybody and his dog, they are running around trying to ratify Convention 190, which I hope Uganda is ratifying after I saw that 27% number on sexual this and sexual that, because it means we need to protect the women as well, right? But it's about violence and harassment and whatever. We did it in 2019, this convention. So Parliament agrees, go ratify. And then they go to Geneva, the DG comes. It's the only thing I miss, actually. I was going to be in a lot of photos if I'd made it as the DG, but it doesn't matter now. So they come and they take a photo with the DG. They take these photos to their offices. They look lovely. They go on Twitter and Instagram. Minister was in Geneva by the lake. And they come home, and then they put it in the drawer, and everybody forgets. They just get counted for having ratified. He says, no, we ratified. And they're the first to tell you, we were the first to ratify. Yeah, but what did you do after that? You ratified, and then what? Because until such time, Douglas and colleagues, that we can find a way as social partners, trade unions and us as employers, to make government implement and stop just loving the photograph of the ratification. And we make sure that there's implementation on the ground where it matters for George and his children. We're never going to make a difference. No matter whether it's post-COVID or post whatever it is, things will remain the way they are. Nothing's ever going to change. And the thing about human beings is that we have very short memories. The COVID smacked us a bit and we remembered things for a while, but after a while we forget and we go back to our old habits, right? So implementation and monitoring becomes very key. Because if you talk, for example, about mental health, I mean, I was looking at the numbers, so it was very difficult to see the mental health number, I just remember there was a 55% by employees and 55% by the objective people, the white line, and there was 75% on the red line on issues of sort of safety and health and security. Then there was 27% on the sexual health and blah, 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 blah. So it's not bad, but it's horrible at the same time, right? But even if you talk about that, it comes from the ILO. It's occupational safety and health. Convention 155, and I think in Convention 161, you must correct me, jealous, right? These are conventions, but nobody knows that these are things that find their way into the law of the land coming from the ILO. Nobody knows that, right? That's how the law in labor law gets formulated, because it comes that way into our law. So I tell you a story amongst many of these stories that I keep sharing with you. So in 2019, we had what is called the centenary celebration of the ILO. The ILO was born in 1919 during the First World War. The United Nations was born in 1945 during the Second World War. And you will be surprised, some of you, to know there's only one guy who was there at both signings of the ILO and the UN. If you tell me here, I promise you I'll give you dollars, who that person was. Because I bet you no one will know, right? So that guy is a guy called Jan Smuts, one of the racists from South Africa. Yeah, he couldn't manage the blacks in South Africa well, but he was one of the first signatories of the ILO and the United Nations. He's the only guy in history who was there for both. No one else as a statesman. Apparently he was very respected as an international statesman, even though at home he was trying to shoot as many blacks as possible, right? But getting back to the point, my daughter, by the way, worries about me when I speak. My daughter is a psychologist in London. She runs my last born baby. She runs she calls herself, she doesn't like to be called a psychologist. She calls herself an art psychotherapist. Yes, that's what she is. She always says, Daddy, when you speak, you make me nervous. I'm not sure if you're going to remember where you were. You know, you keep going everywhere. So I said, okay, baby, I'll try to change for you. But the thing is this, is that we have this centenary celebration. So about 15 months before the centenary celebration, we are in these caucuses with the employers in Geneva. And I ask the vice presidents for the different regions, Alexandra Fulan from Brazil, Hiro Matsui from Japan, Renate Hornendraus from Europe, it wasn't Jackie Mugo then, it's only Jackie Mugo now. It was Megateli, Mahfoud Megateli. So I said to them, what do you want to achieve at the centenary celebration? So they look at me blank. These are employers, huh? These are the bosses. They said, what do you mean? I said, we're going to have a centenary celebration in 15 months, and I, as your leader, need a mandate. What's my mandate? Okay, well, you know, as employers, we're very oppressed here in the ILO. I said, no, that's not a mandate. You're telling me something I already know. So tell me something I don't know. What do you want to do? Okay, it would be lovely if we'd get skills in the document that is decided upon. Because we were, at that time, we were not sure, but we ended up having a declaration. You know, like you have the Philadelphia Declaration and the all these human rights declarations and so on. So we're going to have a declaration like that. So I said, what else? So they said, also the recognition of the private sector. Okay, I'm a bit hot. If it's okay, I'm going to take the jacket off. And there's wires all over me, forgive me. And then they said, no, they would like to have the recognition of the private sector. Because in the ILO, you could not mention the private sector on its own. If you mention private sector, you have to say very quickly, private and public sector. Yeah. If you say private sector, it's like, what? They are coming again to be capitalists here, to be full of nonsense. right? So they said private sector must be recognized for the role it plays in the creation of employment. Okay? And the third one was productivity. If you mention productivity in the ILO, it's like a swear word. It's like you've just insulted somebody, right? And this is the mother of the workplace. But you've never had productivity in an official instrument of the ILO. So they said they want that. So I said, okay, me, I'll get you that. But here's how it works. If any of you back down on me, your government, Germany, full of communists and others, they come and they say, we don't want you to agree to this rubbish that your leader is pushing. If any of you agree behind my back, I'm gone. I'm resigning on the spot. I'm never coming back. No, why would you resign? I said, no, I didn't say I'm going to resign. I said, I'll only resign if you become cowards. Right? Because what used to happen in the ILO, don't blame Douglas. Douglas was in there. And Rose, I think, was in there either. She'll remember one of the things I'm talking about, though. So in the employers, we would say, this is a red line. You know, when somebody says there's a red line, they say, no, this is a red line. We are not negotiating with the trade unions and the governments and whatever. I'm now messing up this thing. It doesn't rattle too much. You can hear as I speak. So, but the amazing thing is, we would be in the negotiation, and then all of a sudden the red line would become a pink line. So the employers would say, yeah, okay, yeah, you know, they're not happy with us. Maybe we should just agree with them. You say, but how can you agree when you know it's going to destroy the world of work? You're going to go home and report what? That you were a coward to stand up for your principles. And every time this would happen. In fact, one of my colleagues, whose name I shall not mention because she works for the ILO, she would be told by the current DG, Guy Ryder, who hates me completely, the guy I was going to replace. Okay? He was collaborating with Cyril Ramaphosa and all the ministers behind my back to make sure I don't make it. So Guy Ryder would say to this lady, hey, this Mthunzi is a problem. He doesn't like me. And it's not true. I've never not liked him. I've always just told him straight in the face. I said, listen, me, I'm not British. I don't talk behind people's backs. I talk in your face. You are not a good guy. And he would not know what to do because, you know, British people don't know what to do when you do that. It's like, what? It's a confrontation, you know? And in fact, he said that one time. He said, yeah, you like to be confrontational. I said, Guy, you haven't seen me confrontational. I said, the day I become confrontational, I'm a rural boy, you'll run. Okay? But right now, I'm still just telling you what the problem is. So he would say to this lady, no, he doesn't like me. And then this lady would say to him, no, you misunderstand. You see, the previous people, employer leaders, would be given a mandate in room 3. Remember room 3, Rosemary? And then they walk to the governing body. It's a short walk. Maybe 3 minutes. But by the time they get to the governing body, she says, the gun would jam. Okay? It wouldn't release anything. She says the difference is that Mthunzi goes to the governing body and releases the gun and the bullet comes out. But it's the same bullet that other people were given before. It's not a different bullet. It's the same message for years that employers have been trying to share and say, let's do things in this way. In any event, I then tell my colleagues that I have no intention of leaving you or resigning, but if you don't keep your word, I mean it, I'm going to leave. So we go into the Global Commission on the Future of Work. My esteemed President Ramaphosa, who at the time I lobbied for to co-chair the Global Commission, one of the biggest mistakes of my life, but we all learn. We learn and we live and you move on. And he chairs this thing. And I tell him, Mr. President, I was given only 10 minutes to brief him, which was absurd, because he doesn't know the ILO. So I said, Mr. President, in 10 minutes I can't tell you everything about the ILO. But if at any stage you see me, you know, going beyond reluctant and refusing to go with you in the committee, because there were 28 of us from all over the world, stop the meeting and come and ask me what's happening. And then I'll explain, and then if you still feel the same way, you can go and make your decision. But he never did. He never stopped the meeting. Every time he was moving from one bad decision to the other. In front of me. He's sitting like this. There's 28 people, but he's here. At one stage, he even avoided to call my name until somebody from Norway, because as you heard, I chair the South African Norwegian Association, somebody from Norway, Christine, said, sorry, Chair, Mthunzi, he said, no, I'm going to go to him. He says, no, I'll wait for Mthunzi to speak before I speak. Yes, and then he went to India. And the guy from India said, no, Mr. Chairman, I'll wait for Mthunzi. And then he had to come to me eventually. I mean, how is that? We're both South Africans. But he has to be told by Norway and by India to come and talk to me. And we're sitting together, right? That's when I realized, oh, we got problems. Of course, what then happens is that I have this mandate, right, that I've shared with you, these 3 things. But he is busy destroying these 3 things in front of me, right? So in January of 2019, we are now announcing our report to the world. In the middle of that conversation, I raise my hand before that and I say, Mr. President, I know you've ruled on a few things and I can't change them because you're the president and you're the chair of the meeting. But what I would like is that on page 75 of the document, you mark at the bottom that Mthunzi Mdwaba, in his position, capacity as the leader of employers, is vehemently opposed to the decisions you've made. So now he gets a shock. Because, you know, in his mind, I was like a little South African, right? But he doesn't realize I represent more countries than him. So he still doesn't learn. January, we're launching now the document. So when we launch the document, I go in with 2 speeches. I don't think you know this story, Douglas. No one's ever told you this story. So my colleagues in the IOE say to me, what are you going to do? I said, I'm going to go with 2 speeches. They said, and then? I said, my president talks sense, I use 1 speech. If he talks rubbish, I use the other speech. So I'm sitting, I mean, there's photos. I can share them with you one day. I'm sitting here, he's talking there. There's a monitor in front of us. There's all the leaders talking. He talks, and he talks absolute bollocks. And then he comes and he sits down. So now I must go speak. So I go, and I look at him. There's people here from all over the world. So I say, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank my comrade president from South Africa, you know, and all the others, you say some stuff. Yeah, it didn't make sense because I was like preparing the blow. And then I say, I would like, though, on a far more fundamental and substantial point of view, to distance myself from the following points. And then I enumerate them. And you know the thing about black people, only black people can see when black people are blushing. So I look at him and he's going very purple behind me, right? And after that day, one was persona non grata. But here's what he did not know. He didn't know that we would be going to the ILC with this document. And he, instead of stopping the meeting to talk to me, agrees to have me write on page 75 that I don't agree with things. And then the leader of the trade unions and the leader of the employers, Luke Kotterbeck from the trade unions and Claudio De La Puente from the governments, also end up, how much time do you think I should finish now, MC? 6 minutes. 6 minutes. Okay. So what happens? I just want to see where 6 minutes lose. So he then doesn't realize that when you have all 3 leaders of the House not signing the document loses its value. Because these are the constituents of the House. But that's when I realized my president is, the brains are not so good, right? And he comes and somebody tells him, yeah, I hear the problem that Mthunzi raised has been solved. He says, I'm thinking solved, it's just become worse, right? And then fast forward, we get to the ILC, Rose, we got productivity, not once, but 11 times. It's a 4.5-page document. Go have a look at it. It's called the Centenary Declaration. Jealous knows this document. Productivity appears 11 times. People were dying there. They were like doing flick. They didn't know what to do. The role of the private sector, in there. Skills, in there. What does it mean for resilience now that I've got 5 minutes? Because now I must fast forward. So what it means for resilience is the following. You now have countries like Norway and Switzerland putting programs together, such as the Productivity Ecosystem for Decent Work. They're busy piloting it at the moment with South Africa, Ghana, and Vietnam. Do you know how South Africa got in jealous? It's another story for another day. But Norway and Switzerland didn't want South Africa. They said South Africa talks too much and never does anything, and it's true. Right? And I, together with the ambassador of Switzerland to the ILO, Valérie Besset-Becher, we put South Africa in. So now it was launched in South Africa on the 5th of July. My minister, who hates me, goes and he signs. He doesn't even know where it comes from. He's going to sign the MOU. And only in the holding room I tell him, oh, by the way, the minister, this was done by us, the people you don't like. Yes. But it will be piloted, and obviously we need to make it successful so it can come to everybody. But for me, one of the biggest things that FUE must do for me and for Africa is that Uganda is not active in the productivity movement. And this is a problem. We have the Pan-African Productivity Association. It met 2 months ago. Nigeria was there, Ghana was there, I think Cote d'Ivoire was there, few countries, Namibia. Uganda was missing in action. I have the name of the person, but I won't name him today and shame him. I already shared the name with the colleagues. We need to get Uganda back there. There is no way we can talk about Uganda dealing with anything without improving its productivity. All the things that the kind professor has done, and these awards that you've done, are very good things. But if you have a productivity system and you use tools like, for example, the Kaizen, that the Japanese call the Kaizen, which is continuous improvement, then you are able to use a clear barometer for saying this is what needs to improve and this is how it improves, this is how it gets better. We can even get Uganda at some stage, when you're ready, to be part of the Global Competitiveness Index, which is put together by the Institute for Management Development in Lausanne. I'm speaking fast now because of my time. So, and what it does is that it goes through all the elements that goes into productivity and competitiveness for all the participants that are there. Now, I'm not proud to tell you that South Africa used to be number 44 12 years ago out of 63 countries. South Africa last year went to number 60 out of 62 countries. This year we became 60 out of 63 only because Russia and Ukraine are not there, because they're at war. Okay? Big problem. And I'm chairman of Productivity South Africa. But this ends well. So when I was chairman of Productivity South Africa, which is what other people couldn't understand, they said, but this minister doesn't like you. I said, yes, he doesn't, because I told him to go to hell when he told me to change my annual report. He said I must change my annual report and write what he likes. I said, no, I'm the chairman. Oh, I'm going to write what I like. He says, yeah, but you're criticizing my government. I said, no, it's not yours, with respect. It represents all of us. And you are desperately lost. So me, it stays the same way, the annual report, right? But the beauty of it, or rather, let me tell you the problem again, according to my daughter. My daughter says it's what she calls cognitive dissonance in psychology. Because I'm a chair who's accountable to the minister, but the minister has no clue what I'm supposed to do. So I have to tell the minister what I'm supposed to do for him and for the country. But it ends well. How does it end well? Because through lobbying, which is the things that I'd like to encourage Uganda to also start working on, through lobbying parliament and all kinds of people who've had to lobby, short of selling our bodies to some people just to make sure productivity is recognized, right? The Department of Employment and Labor in the next 12 months is transferring all the employment assets in South Africa to the institution I chair. Did you know that, Jealous? Ha! Something you didn't know. So they are transferring public employment services to Productivity SA. They are transferring labor activation program to Productivity SA. That is all the labor centers, 126 of them in South Africa. They are transferring the training employer-employee relief scheme that was used during the financial crisis of 2009 and during the COVID. And that is a good thing, because now we can change the direction of how things go. And I have not talked about mental health except to talk about it in passing. The only thing I want to say, because my time is, even the 6 minutes is finished, so I apologize, so I'll wrap up in 1 minute. I'm very sorry. So the one thing that you need to recognize is that the things that are wrong are not wrong because they just got wrong. They've been wrong for a very long time. We've got very flawed economic structures in Africa and the developing world. We use structures that are imposed by the developed world for us. Issues of informality, for example. When you talk about informality, what is the solution by the ILO? It's called Recommendation 204. We say we will transition people from informality to formality. How do you do that unless you are highly disrespectful and very patronizing? How do we transition people who are in 65, 75, 85? If you go to India, India is 95% informal. If you go to Colombia, it's 75% informal. You go to here, I don't know the numbers, but I can bet you it's not less than 60, 70% informal. 90, you see? So how do you take the 90 into the 10? How do you transition it? It's crazy. The world is mad. So what you're supposed to do rather is to say, yes, you transition the 95 to the 5. It will never happen. I'm telling you, it doesn't matter where you come from, even if you're a magician. But this is what we're telling everybody. What we need to be doing is the following, is to say, here's the reason why we're transitioning. We would like to transition you. First, tell the people why. Why do you want to transition them? Then you say, well, we think it's fair that if you occupy a space and you run your business, you should pay for it. You know, you should maintain the infrastructure. We think you should pay taxes. We think when you retire, you must have social protection. We think when you retire, you must have social security. Okay, now they understand. Oh, is that why? Yes. But in law, we say it's a non sequitur. It does not follow that because you've told them why there's a problem there, that you must therefore transition them. It may well be that you can provide solutions there with them in informality, working hand in hand, right? That's one of the examples I want to mention. That needs to change. And it needs FUE and all of us to lobby hard to say we need to deal with our people with respect in this social dialogue and all the things we do. Same with mental health, same with anything you can think about, you know, the gender-based violence and all the things that are bad. They were always there. The COVID just revealed them. That's all the COVID did. It just forced us to live together and do things together in a very different way. So there's a lot of things I would have liked to cover, Program Director, but I hope that somewhere there, everybody will pull a little bit here and there. And as I close, leadership must never be confused with authority. This is where we go wrong. And that's why I can tell them straight and say, sorry, you're not my leader. You're just a guy who's in authority because politicians put you there, but I don't think you got it. Because leaders know what they don't know. Leaders always know what they don't know, and they know what they know. And if you know what you don't know, what do? You get somebody who knows to help you, right? Or you leave, one of the two. But the people we allow to be in authority and to rule our lives are people who have no clue. But we also participate in it. Well, how do we do it? Like we do deityship. You know this word deityship in the Bible? Where you create demigods. So a guy is my friend. Douglas and I are friends. All of a sudden he becomes the president. And when he becomes the president, I'm going, chief. Hey, chief. Chief what? You're not a chief until you perform. Come on. You don't know what you're doing. You're making a mess. Fix it first. But we do that, and then we don't tell them the truth. We keep saying, you know, you chief, you know, hey, thank you, we know you're busy, thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. I wish you didn't come. Because then I have no expectation to expect from you, right? I stop there, Program Director.
I didn't stand to harass you. I stood here to initiate a standing ovation for you. That's why I came here. That's why I came here. And this is not corruption, Professor. We've made friends. I want to keep you for a friend. And indeed, the contradictions you are talking about perhaps are as old as creation. And I think it's you who told me last night, and I didn't know I was talking to you, about 3 people who appeared before the Almighty. And he said, welcome. what do you want from me? And the first person, who eventually turned out to be, is it British or European? He said, Almighty God, you created this universe full of resources. All it requires is leadership. I want you to give me the power to lead this world. The British colonized the world. Until today we speak English. And the second said, what about you? Almighty God, you are giving us very good creation here. Too many people are being there now. We are looking for how ways of supplying resources. Only if you can give me power to trade. He said, granted. The Indian trades until today. And then what about you, my friend? Almighty God, you gave us this beautiful continent full of resources. I have nothing to ask from you. I only came to escort these people. And the Africans still escorts. I see a strive to break that paradigm, and I think you're doing very well. You're doing very well, and closing on a point of the distinction between authority and leadership is a very good message, a very good point for us to carry away. Another round of applause for you. I do not take responsibility for generating heat in your body, Professor Mtunzi, but actually, that's, I would have actually said it's the exuberance of the youth, but I think it's energy coming out. I think it's energy coming out. So we thank... It's youth, yeah. Thank you very much indeed. Good luck with your books, good luck with your publications, good luck with your struggles, good luck in your studies. And I'd like you to keep closer to FUE. We definitely have a friend in you. May I request our guest of honor to present this not small, we're just trying to be civil, to present a token of appreciation, or the ED, Douglas. Could you please present a token of appreciation from FUE to our Professor Mutunzi for that very illuminating presentation? In my Rotary Club, the presenter and presentee stand in the front, and then the rest of us who are spectating rise and applaud the event. Thank you very much. I'd like to leave it there from the director, and I recorded all that you said. Just allow me, if one day I've got to stand before a court to testify, please allow me to make reference to those. I did record all that you said, but for good reasons. I'd now like to invite, again, as I said, we don't have pasts. I'd like to invite Mrs. Rosemary Senabulia to come and challenge us on our understanding of this presentation in the context of apprenticeship and TVET education in Uganda. She has other resources to assist her in this discussion, and I'll hand the panel over to her. Again, because of this good speech, because of this good presentation, the clouds are also jubilating, so we're trying to reorganize our lunch, so I'll ask to borrow some time, not to say that I give it to Rosemary, but to seek for your attention so that we have the 40 minutes allocated for this presentation. Coming on the floor is Mrs. Rosemary Senabulia. May I request the technical team to ensure these microphones are working well, have them properly tested, because after this I will sit down, hand over the session, later invite the presenters. Over to you, Madame Rosemary Senabulia. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, MC. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, it's a pleasure for me to moderate the next session, which is on a panel discussion on the challenges and opportunities of apprenticeship and TVET education in Uganda, and the role employers can play. I would like to invite the panelists. As I mention your name, please come up and take your position. Our first panelist is Dr. Patrick Byakatonda from the Directorate of Industrial Training. As Dr. Patrick comes up, can we also have Mr. Oyesije Onesimus from UBTEP? We need to have some gender balance, so can I invite Madame Jean Biamugisha, ED Uganda Hotels and Owners Association. And last but not least, Madame Mary Nyaga from SIFA, Kenya. This morning, we are given a small synopsis about the importance of apprenticeship in employment. And having been with the Federation for more than 17 years, I was part of the struggle that employers had undertaken on to advocate for improvement of skills development in Uganda. And at one time, we were advocating for the establishment of an autonomous body to coordinate business, technical, and educational training in the country. A lot has gone on since the 1990s when this struggle started, and I'm happy the Federation is still involved in this. So before we break for lunch, we are going to get views from the panelists I've introduced. Our first question, which I would like all the panelists to address themselves to, I will give each one 1 minute, is what, in your view, are the challenges and opportunities of apprenticeship and TVET education in Uganda? I think I would like to invite Dr. Patrick Byakatonda to share his views on this.
Thank you, Chairperson. Dear panel members and colleagues, I think the challenges of apprenticeship and opportunities in Uganda, in our education systems. First of all, what is apprenticeship? That one is not known to many. You go to education system, apprenticeship is not known. I think you gave me little time, but to define, to give you the parameters, for apprenticeship, there should be contractual obligation. There should be employment. That is contractual obligation. There should be on-job training and off-the-job training. Off-the-job training, that is where TVET we are. Then there should be formal recognition. If you don't meet all those criteria, then apprenticeship is not what? Is not complete. Formal recognition of the skills acquired. Now, in Uganda, first of all, contractual is not easy. Many organizations don't give contracts. You come, you do your own way. On-job training, many organizations, they don't want to invest more on on-job training. But the training institutions also, the formerly, the ones which were related to DIT, the Nakawa Rugogo, so now they are independent, they can train on their what? On their own. Now, what are the opportunities? The opportunities now, given the unemployment rate, and Uganda has one of the youngest age in the world, and we have one of the fertility rate, the highest. We used it to be 7, so each woman, an average of 7. The ones in Kampala who can produce only one, in the village, somebody can produce like 13. Then you make an average. So those challenges have brought apprenticeship. Actually now apprenticeship is a virgin land. For us, we are already working with the Uganda Hotel Industry Association. We are going to conduct the assessment, the recognition. We are working with the HTTI and all the hotels. The hotels are doing training, on-job training, HTTI off-the-job training. Then HTTI recognizes, they do assessment, but occupational-based assessment, it is us who make them a cook. So finally what? DIT. So this is, government has invested in this one and it is ongoing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor. You've brought out key issues, trying to explain what apprenticeship is all about. It has to be contractual, there has to be on-job training, and there has to be recognition, which comes through assessment. I would now like to turn to Madame Jean Byamugisha, the ED Uganda Hotels Owners Association, to give us your views on that question, and also bearing in mind what Doctor has mentioned.
Thank you very much. I think Doctor has mentioned it all. Uganda Hotel Owners Association is currently doing a pilot apprenticeship program in partnership with the government of Uganda through the Ministry of Labour, with ILO, with the Training Institute in Jinja, and with the Hotel Owners Association as the employers. And I know when we started this program, there's a lot of confusion. People didn't know what apprenticeship was. I remember one of the questions we were asked is, how different are these people from the interns that we see every day? How different are they from the trainees? I mean, you're here at the hotel, by lunchtime you'll be seeing people who will be serving you with a tag saying trainee. How is this going to be different? How can we do this? But one of the biggest, Doctor has already really described the basics of it, but also one of the biggest things that we actually told the employers was the length of time. Many of the interns, myself included, when I finished university, Makerere University, doing tourism, we only had 3 months of training, on-job training. So you do a degree course for 3 years, but you only have 3 months training in a hands-on based industry. So you find the majority of us were actually half-baked and not anywhere near ready. And that job now fell to our employers, and yet training is very expensive. So what we did say, Dr. rightly said, we have a very young population, we have a very big unemployment problem. You have academia releasing all these people every day. You have, for us, the hotels bringing in expatriates from Kenya, from South Africa, from Europe to manage these hotels. And people are saying, but where is the mismatch? Because the universities, the training institutes are saying, we are training, people are graduating every year. The employers are saying, but we do not have jobs, we have to import manpower. What is the problem? What is happening? And one of the solutions we actually realized that we need to do was the issue of apprenticeship. So now we do have the pilot apprenticeship program in the hotel industry, which I really must say has been very successful. But the difference is, instead of training these kids for 3 months, we are training them for 1 year. And what happens is, at the end of it all, we hope that, number one, they will have gotten enough skill to be self-sustaining. You cannot train in a kitchen for 1 year and you cannot start up a small restaurant or some way of sustaining yourself. But also, most importantly, we are trying to create more opportunities for formal employment. We are hoping that some of these kids, once they graduate, the hotels can be able to retain them. Again, it's an investment you have put in somebody, training them every single day for 1 year. Why do you want to release this person to get employment elsewhere? So I'm proud really to note as I close that over 50% of the 100 apprentices who have piloted this program will actually be retained in the hotels, and they have actually proved to offer a lot more and to learn a lot more than how we have been doing it in the past.
Okay, thank you very much, Jean, for sharing with us that information, and also for the Uganda Hotels and Owners Association volunteering to pilot this project. I'm also looking at other employers in the construction sector, in the agriculture sector, to also volunteer to start this apprenticeship program so that we upskill our youth and make them more employable. Now turning to Mr. Onesimus from UBTEB. How do you come into this formula?
Thank you, moderator, and it's good. Your question is very good for me because first of all, I'm called John Onesimus, the Executive Secretary of Uganda Business and Technical Examinations Board. From your remarks that right off from 90s, you are looking for bodies which can be independent or work along with these trainings. So as far as technical vocational education training is concerned in Uganda, from 2008, there has been reforms going on. And one of the reforms was to create a body, a national body, different from UNEB, as you all know, to coordinate, regulate, and conduct national exams for technical vocational education in Uganda. And this is, they are calling it in short UBTEB. But along the way, from 2008, there are very many reforms which are going on. In fact, what we are presenting as challenges to meet is just because of time difference. The government of Uganda, through Ministry of Education and Sports, have been going through reforms in this subsector of TVET. So soon, you are going to see Technical Vocational Education Council, TVET Council. Now that body you are looking for at that time is information. We are at advanced stage. We are through with principles of the law, and formulation of the bill is ongoing now. Very soon it's go to Parliament. Maybe by the end of the year, we are going to have that body specifically to handle TVET system in Uganda. Because right off from those Ugandans who are here, remember, right off from 1973, more focus was put on secondary education and university. And now we are trying to resurrect technical vocational education because we are dealing with skills economy now. And everybody, whether you have a degree, whether you have what, you must have a skill to sell to the private sector. If you have no skill, then you have to continue working with your qualifications. So as far as the way we come in, as I indicated, is that as a national body, we are not involved in training and delivery. We are involved in, you train, because of liberalization of education system, because there are very many people involved, private, public, and the rest. So far we have 572 training institutions in Uganda. Train your people, but when it comes to an assessment, you present your students or the learners for national assessment. So that we have that quality, a baseline, that if you are presenting a paper, they know this is from this level and this is done by this. Of course, there are challenges here, if you can allow me a minute, that as we carry out this, remember the legal framework is being reformed. We don't have really the clear laws in some areas. Find this law is conflicting with another one. Those who don't have the qualifications framework for Uganda, sometimes we use the one from South Africa, sometimes we use the one from Europe. But all those are information and different committees. Actually, the MD, FUE, is the chairperson of most of those committees. We are formulating this regulatory framework so that at the end of it all, sooner or later, we are going to have a very streamlined technical vocational education training system in Uganda, different from the main one. Yeah. And the other one also encourages it to remain. But this time, at the end of it all, you'll find we are going to create what they call Uganda Technological University. Our students find it hard that you train on skills-based training, then you have to go to the university, then you go into theory and the rest. So at the end of it all, from a skills development center, which is going to be a training institution, you go to a technical training center, you go to a polytechnic, then you go to Uganda National Technological University. That's what has been, and I think I've answered how do I come in? I come in to assess the skills, and we follow the competence-based assessment system, not necessarily that you have to have all that knowledge and theory in your head but do you have the skill? And what we focus on in that assessment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oyesije, for sharing that. You have clearly pointed out the reforms which have been carried out by government, which led to the creation of an independent examination body to assess the BTVET, and also gave us the good news that the TVET Council is soon being put into place. This is something the Federation has really struggled for all those years. There is a lot of work which was done, including what the structure would look like. So I hope you are building on that work. Yes. Thank you very much. So can we now hear from Mary Nyaga? What are your views about the challenges and opportunities of apprenticeship in TVET education? Maybe you can share for us, since you are coming from Kenya, not only just Uganda, but maybe from East Africa.
Good afternoon, everybody. Again, my name is Mary Nyaga. And I think, Rosemary, I'd like to address it from the perspective of my journey in Uganda in terms of apprenticeships, because this is where I experienced. I think I lived in Uganda for 12 years, very many years ago, and I think my journey in terms of just learning on the job and making sure that I'm understanding the perspective of what it is living in Uganda, what the opportunities were, was what I actually latched on. And having known that an apprenticeship is basically a pathway to job creation or a pathway for being remunerated for some work you do, I started mine right here at the Sheraton Hotel in 2013 for about 4 years. It is important to note that some of the things are probably the challenges that I would pick on as the sentiments that have been shared with my colleagues here are basically probably the input on policy in terms of apprenticeships within the legal and regulatory frameworks within governments or institutions within the countries, which we share as well across Kenya. Definitely there is the need for technical support in terms of what we're actually bringing on board to be able to facilitate apprenticeships, and also to see that these challenges can be met with acute assistance. There's also the issue on a facilitation of partnerships, where we're saying, okay, fine, the apprentice doesn't work alone, but this apprenticeship needs to be, together with an institution of service. So probably, like we hear here, the hospitality, how do I say that? The hospitality arena definitely will need these partnerships for working with industry together with the vocational institutes. So it is very clear that, of course, the sharing of priorities within these organizations, both from the industry perspective and the TVETs, would come together to form partnerships that can actually make apprenticeships work.
Thank you very much, Mary, for sharing that. I think key issues coming out of your submission is the importance of technical support to be able to move apprenticeship training ahead. Also, partnerships. It is very, very important for companies to partner with the FUE, with ILO, and with other organizations of the same mind to be able to move apprenticeship training ahead. Then, of course, the sharing of priorities. We are now moving to our second question, and here, Madame Jean, coming from the employers in the hotels, I would like you to take the first shot. What roles can employers play in improving apprenticeship and TVET education in Uganda?
I think employers play a very big role because the apprentices are training for the employers. And I think one of the biggest mistakes we've made, and we realized that we made, because we did, like I mentioned about the skills gap, we carried out a skills audit in the hotel sector. One of the issues we realized is that people are not training for employers. People are training based on the curriculum. They've been given a curriculum that hasn't been reviewed for years, and then you release all these students and they have no jobs, and most people, they don't even have the skills. When you look at the hospitality, tourism and hospitality industry, it's a very dynamic industry that changes every so often, maybe every 5 years. You know, what was relevant 5 years ago, right now is obsolete. We don't even touch it. And yet the curriculum takes 10 to 15 years before it can be reviewed. And that's why you find that there's a very big mismatch. So I think one of the first things that we got right, especially with the apprenticeship program, which should be an example to other apprenticeship programs, is to involve the employers. You are training for these people, so let them have a say. Let them have a say in the curriculum. Let them give you guidance on where the industry is going, because there is no reason you should train somebody and then the moment they graduate and they have that paper, the skill that they've gotten cannot even put bread on their table. So involve the employers in terms of curriculum development, involve them also in terms of the training itself. Training is very expensive. That's why government cannot do it alone. We have the Jinja Training School, the Hotel Training School in Jinja, but the capacity that they have is only so much to absorb and plug many of the gaps that are in the industry. But when you do empower the employers. So for instance, the hotels, we have a tax exemption from government for us to be able to import the fridges, the cookers, etc. So with that tax exemption, you find that we can then afford to come and be partners in training, other than just saying that for us, we want a ready product to be able to employ. So partnership is key, listening to all stakeholders is key, and all stakeholders must come to the table, have a discussion, listen to one another for this to be able to be productive.
Thank you, Jean. So employers, even those of you who are not in the hotel industry, but you are still in a certain industry, it's very important that we volunteer to partner with the institutions that are offering this training. We are the ones who are complaining about the skills gap. Most of our training institutions are training unemployable people. When they leave those institutions, you cannot employ them. So if we are to improve on this situation, we have to partner with the institutions that are now offering the apprenticeship training so that we can improve the products that are coming out of the training institutions. Can we now hear the views of, again, Madame Mary Nyaga on this?
Thank you once again. I think at the very beginning when Mr. Douglas Opeo, the AD for FUE, started, and he was giving his remarks towards the event, the synopsis, he mentioned and said that an employer-led TVET system and an employer must be at the forefront. What does this mean? It means that these TVET institutions actually, or TVET systems, should be able to work with the employers, and especially the employers being part of those who are doing the development of the curriculum, partnering with organizations, or even job, doing job fairs where they can be able to connect these particular people in terms of being part of the TVET-led system. There is also the issue of making TVET attractive. I don't think we really, we all want our children to do TVET, but at the end of the day, making TVET attractive to enable apprenticeships to work on board is a very good initiative, which ensures that even as we're talking about the job, the mismatch and the lack of jobs or the informality, we can actually be able to create these particular perspectives in terms of apprenticeships. I think that something else that is also important is knowing that these particular apprentices or the TVET students are also very innovative people. So how do we tap into their talent? How are we also able to do the multiplier effect where we're saying that this particular student could also come back and retrain? How do they improve the curriculum? How do we work with the government as well? As Madam Jean has said here about government and some of the subsidies that actually should be able to be part of the, part of the discussion to ensure that we have good TVET systems working together with the employers. I think the area in terms of some of the words I picked when all the speakers were speaking in this morning actually address some of the areas that we're talking about in terms of skills development. We heard about the RPL, we heard about productivity, we heard about employment strategies. How do these ones really come into play? How are we actually taking on this? And as Mr. Mtunzi Mudwaba mentioned, we should be able to implement these particular strategies to be able to say that now all these conventions that we put together, how is it that we're going to work with them in terms of basically implementing these particular initiatives. We heard about innovation at the workplaces. We had COVID-19 that was mentioned very many times. And there's also the job losses. These were particular pathways to enable the growth of job creation and also the building of capacity in different areas, especially during a pandemic. So I'd close it at that.
Okay, thank you very much, Mary. So once again, employers, an appeal is to you to have an active part in the training of these apprentices and also availing them opportunities to be employed. It's not only availing opportunities to train them, but also avail them job opportunities when they end. Maybe what I also need to add on that, as employers, we also need to take interest in influencing the curriculum in these training institutions or universities. When I was still in FUE, quite a number of universities used to approach us and request employers to give views on the curriculums that they're offering. So please, when this appeal is made by the universities, make sure you make your contribution so that at the end of the day, the products which come out of these institutions are employable and they meet our expectations. I'll now move on to Mr. Onesimus Oyesije, still on the same question, but more on the kind of role you expect employers to play when it comes to the assessment, since your area is mainly assessment.
Thank you, moderator. Maybe before I go that one, government has a TVET policy 2019 which was passed by cabinet, and in that policy I'm sure you must have heard of that. Even the TVET council I talked about, the chairmanship is reserved for private sector, world of work, and that's how far the government can go. But even when you look at, and I totally agree with my sisters here, the private sector has a key role to play in TVET, because you are the people who know what type of people you want and how they can be trained. And that's why even the curriculum design, if you read that policy clearly, they are saying this is going to be in a tripartite sort of the employers, the trainers, and the assessment board. So it's no longer a game of means of education alone. Now, when we come to assessment, we have already worked on assessment working groups, as some of you could be the members. Of course, you know, as you implement the policy, sometimes when there is no, the law is not yet out, you go slowly. But we have worked on whatever is within our means to ensure that we have per sector. Of course, in this policy, they are proposing sector skills councils. Every sector, agriculture sector, hotel and hospitality sector, you have committees, which will be guiding the TVET council. But for us as an assessment board, what we have done, to work out assessment working groups. And these are already established, they are approved, and we shall be working with the employers to ensure that if we are going to assess, for example, we do real life assessment, they should be involved, look at the equipment used, look at what the uptake of these programs, and that's how far we have gone. But I really agree, the private sector, but also I want to appeal to the private sector, majorly the employers. When the training is improved, you are the beneficiary. We have institutions like National Water, they have come up to ensure that we work together. Placement of interns, because when you get people who are trained, this Electricity Regulatory Authority, when you New Vision work with that one, when you get people who are qualified and they have the skills, you are the beneficiary. So the future is very bright as we wait for this law. We have started implementing part of the policy. The private sector makes sure you also have the capacity. There are times when you call for people to come and carry out an activity, then sometimes you are giving people again, but you see how to handle. But you also have the capacity to deal with some of these things. Curriculum development, we have the specialist NCDC, how shall we, because we shall be doing it in consultation. You can't be a master of the whole game. Sometimes as government, they need to remain with that role of regulation on some of these issues. I tell you, sometimes the private sector lets us down. Most of the people want to work outside the regulation. They want to produce people. Sometimes you don't know who is this person that has no skills. Was he in this institution? Was he in the other institution? So we need really to work together and ensure that the products we get out of this training, they are the right people with the right skills, the right attitude, so that we can equally benefit as a government, but also as private sector players. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oyesije. I think employers, you've heard it from the horse's mouth. You are the key beneficiaries of the apprentices who come through this training. So please be cooperative. A lot of this assessment is done at workplaces, so you need to avail space for the assessments to take place. Lastly, we shall hear from Dr. Byakatonda, Mr. Sorry, I'm promoting you. Doctor, okay. Okay. Dr. Byakatonda, being the center which is in charge of coordinating all this, the BTVET, can you share with us your expectations on the role employers can play in improving apprenticeship and TVET education in Uganda?
Thank you very much. What is the expectation on role which can be played, apprenticeship and the TVET training? TVET training is wide. We have the formal, the informal, and the non-formal. All those ones are training deliveries. So, what do we expect from employers? First of all, the employer is the consumer of our products. The customer is the customer. The customer is the king. So the employer should be involved in the governance. I think that one, even in the existing laws, you know, Ugandans, we blame our laws. When we were in Turin, Italy, Uganda, we emerged #1. And I was there. We even sang the national anthem. Was made to sing the national anthem. Uganda was the best. We had the legal framework. We had the strategic plan. We had all whatever. What is remaining is the actual implementation. Uganda was #1. We beat all the countries, you know. So we need you to participate in the funding. TVET is expensive. I think there is already a sector, fund. There is a funding in proposal. But even in the BTVET Act, the fund was there. Who shoot the fund down? You know, the round table. After the law was passed, then they told the HE, we don't understand this one, and we can only participate if we are sure in the governance. I think this is what is being corrected now. In the governance, we need to be sure of our what? Money. Our sister from Kenya, NIT of Kenya, I don't know how much they correct. They use it to correct it. I think it is corrected by, they have the training levy.
Training levy, yeah.
It is operational and it is doing wonders. It is supporting. Here, everybody is needed. If I ask my colleague how much cost, the unit cost which we are using for assessment, what we correct from student, it is $20. But international, I think, is around $300. You see the gap. What we get from government is minimal. And my friend, assessment is costly. Competency-based assessment is costly, 25 times. So in funding, you have to support us. We move together. Already my brother has already mentioned in assessment, you have to participate.
in curriculum development, because you are the consumer of the product, so you should advise us in everything. Please build your what? The best human resource. I mean, the best asset in an organization is the human what? Resource. Participate in building that human resource. The human resource is available here in Uganda. What needs, by the way, they are hardworking. Don't underrate them. And when they go outside, they perform miracles. They perform very well. My son is in India. In an Indian university, the vice chancellor called me and he told me, Ugandans, when they are there, they perform very well. Actually, they are the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor. So employers, be ready to participate in the governance, in the funding, and of course, in the implementation of this apprenticeship, the BTVET policy. We already have the legal framework, the strategic plan, but what is missing is implementation, and that's where we fall short as far as Uganda is concerned. In fact, we are very well known for preparing good policies, and then Rwanda implements. Yes, so we need to improve on the implementation. MC has told me we have 5 minutes left. So in these 5 minutes, I would like Madame Nyaga to share with us what CIFA is doing to support its partners in enhancing apprenticeship and TVET education in the region.
So we work on a regional system. Of course, the program is basically commissioned by the African Union, working with the new partnerships for development. And what CIFA has done is, of course, to be able to be part of the conversations through dialogue at the continental level with different players. For example, we had the Africa Creates Jobs event last year, where we actually had it as a continental program. So we divided it into regions: East Africa, West Africa, North Africa, Southern Africa. And even the feedback we were getting from them was actually feedback to say, okay, fine, here is where we are going and this is what we need to be doing. So some of these dialogue events that we have are really, really critical. There's a learning and knowledge management that we also have to put in place. And this is basically through some of the events, again, that we have, like the skills anticipation. What are we anticipating for skills? Some of the assessments that were done, like we did the rapid skills assessment last year during the time of COVID. It was Kenya, Uganda, Ghana, and this was basically basing skills on different sectors. So building up from that, how else can we be able to say that we can actually work to see that we can bring in apprenticeships in place? We also have toolboxes on apprenticeships, and I think one of the events we had was last week, on the 6th of September, actually, week before last, if it was not last week. And I think it was through the Employer of the Year Award, because the Employer of the Year Award is held in 3 different countries: Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. And I think it started in Uganda. Yeah. Uganda then went to Tanzania and then finally landed in Kenya. Mm. So some of the apprenticeship toolboxes, some of the toolboxes that we can make out of the apprenticeship could be, like how we're talking about having a component or a thematic award, basically within the Employer of the Year Award, to ensure that even employers are coming and are on board in terms of taking in this initiative and playing with it and doing it as their own, learning from each other to be able to improve the different landscapes are some of the areas that we also support in terms of private sector engagement through the business member organizations. We also have some of the initiatives that we have also done in terms of the Skills Initiative for Africa program, and it's bringing industry and TVETs together, where we formulated the job fair handbooks and guidelines. And these particular guidelines are very important for especially employers, TVET institutions, even the students, to be able to understand how do we handle these job fair guidelines, how do we attend to these job fair guidelines, such that we can also be able to match the employers with the TVET institutions and the students who come for these particular events. In terms of input to policy issues or at policy level, of course, the feedback we get from you are the same things that we send and put on table as well and say, look here, these are some of the recommendations from the employers or from the private sector. How best can we be able to help them? Put them on table, and as usual, we hope, and it's hopeful that they continue. We have also the private sector engagement, and the private sector engagement is basically trying to put industry and TVETs together to say that here goes employers, how are you going to be able to feed into the whole thing on job skills and mismatches, and at the end of the day, encourage the TVETs and the private sector to work together. We're also working on some of the lessons that we have learned through the different dialogue platforms that we've had. And of course, these are very available on one of our platforms called the Aspire portal, and it is spelled as ASPYEE, where we recommend and we ask for those who have done really good things. I think my brother there from Congo, who talked about the refugee story. How else do we share such stories on our platform? How else are we also able to share that particular story to encourage another organization or a different partner to be able to come on board and facilitate and also open up that opportunity for Mr. there to be able to grow his business and bring people in terms of skills and education within the system. We have had very many dialogue events, and of course those ones can be reached through our Aspire portal, and best practices that you can also share with us so that we can be able to keep improving what we are doing in terms of CIFA. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mary, for sharing that information with us. Of course, it's very important to have such regional bodies because we need to share experiences and be able to learn from each other. Now, I would like to again turn back to Madame Jean to share with us some of the skill gaps and challenges which the hotel and hospitality sector face in Uganda, and what you are doing at the moment to bridge those gaps and challenges.
Thank you. Many times I get asked that question about what are the skills gaps that you face in the hospitality industry. And in the same breath, somebody asks me that, they start laughing because they already do know the answers. Actually, by the time they come to my office, they come with a whole list, a laundry list of issues they have found in hotels. Customer care is bad, the food is not nice. So that is, it's common knowledge right now. I'm sure by the time you leave, there will already be some complaints and some gaps that you will have helped us identify. But we have also noted, especially after coming out of COVID-19, that as employers, there are very many gaps, skills gaps that we have really taken for granted, and now it's time for us to try to start investing in those. The first one is financial skills. Many of us staff come and work, but then they are like, you know, it's always on the go, always on the go. When it comes to time for retirement, they have nothing. And again, it's up to us, the onus is on us as employers, to try and equip the people who work with us with financial skills, financial literacy skills, to how they can be able to invest or even save the little money that they have for their retirement. We also saw that there is some gaps in terms of entrepreneurship. Many of the people who work for years, and then when they retire, you find somebody saying, I'm going to retire into agriculture. No, agriculture is very expensive. People don't realize that. People are not entrepreneurs. You're comfortable earning a salary every end of month, and the moment that is cut off, when people went into COVID, when we had to furlough many of our staff, many of them were stuck. They sold land cheaply, they sold their investments very cheaply to go back to the village because they didn't have that ability to be an entrepreneur. We also found that we lack crisis management skills. COVID came, the employer is stuck, the staff are stuck, the whole industry now comes into a shutdown, and everybody is stuck. So we realized that we need crisis management skills, not just for the employers, but for the employees themselves, to always have that at the back of their minds. If God forbid this job is not there, if God forbid this opportunity is not there, what will I do? I have 13 kids at home. who is going to pay for all those kids? So crisis management is also about managing ourselves and making sure that in this environment that we are in, with these high fuel prices, high school fees, you really cannot afford to have 13 kids, even though you are able to do that. And most importantly, we lack soft skills. You'll find that we have got young kids who have the whole world that their whole future is there, but they destroy it with just an attitude problem. So that issue of soft skills, I know that hospitality and tourism until very recently was looked at as an industry for failure. So by the time people started working in this, is because they didn't get their first choice. But now the narrative has changed. This industry brought in $1.6 billion into this economy, 7% of our GDP, employing the majority of women and young people. So the narrative is changing, but the attitude is still not changing. And that is what we need to change, because you'll never see somebody who loves their job suck at their job. They might not be the brightest, but they will never suck at their job. Yet, you can be educated from abroad. I have kids who come into my office with all these papers from all these intimidating universities, but they can't perform because they have a superiority complex. They think I'm better than you. I can't do that. This is a service industry. We need you to pull up your shirts and actually get on the ground. If you can't do that, this is not the industry for you. So all those are the skills we realize there is a gap. We need to start changing. And this is what we're trying to do with the apprenticeship program by getting an all-rounder. The apprentices are getting life skills, they're getting communication skills, they're getting financial literacy skills, so that at the end of the day, if the world turns, like it eventually will, at least you can be able to stand on that skill that you paid for.
Thank you very much, Jean. You are addressing the right audience. Human resource managers who are responsible for training. She has clearly pointed out what is missing. So when you are making those training programs, please include these topics on what is going to be trained to all the staff, right from the cleaner. Then, of course, you are also addressing parents. We parents are fond of influencing our children, making them overlook certain jobs, only expect to work in the office. That is not so. So please, can we change? We are the ones to help change the attitude of our children by orienting them well when we are training them. Let them be trained to admire and to like working with their hands, not just with their heads. Of course, we can't do away with the heads, but they have to love working with their hands. So I'm going to give each panelist, I know this is very interesting, but it has to come to an end, a half a minute to each panelist to give you the take home. What is it that they would like you to go with? Starting from Mary and ending up with Jean.
I think when people talk about learning, relearning, today we've learned, especially from the speakers we had in the morning, from the best practices that they had. And one of the ladies from, I think it was from AMREF, said, if it is to be, it has to be me. So how do we have a collective mindset from our sister from UBL of encouraging those in the TVET systems, and especially the employers as well, to take on these initiatives to a different level? How do we also ask the government officials or those people in charge of this particular labor and education areas to be able to fix it up and make it their personal responsibility to make these perspectives work?
Thank you, Mary. Yes, Mr. Oyesije.
Thank you very much. I want to end by thanking FUE for inviting us, but also I want to leave behind the philosophy of UBTEP, that together we can do a lot. Our philosophy actually is that you can't do it alone, and that works for us. And I want to leave it with you that where we are going, both like a government agency like UBTEP, you need to work with the private employers or private sector players to ensure to get out the right product. So we can't do it alone. Sometimes you can't do it alone for some reasons. And always try to fit within it. These regulations might matter. People want to play outside, and Ugandans are good at shortcut. So eventually, when you jump those, eventually you are caught up somewhere, then parents are stuck with children. So that's my last one. We can't do it alone, we can do it together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can we hear from Dr. Patrick, your closing takeaway.
Thank you very much, moderator. My take home, which I want to encourage everybody who is here. We are the Ugandans, we are the decision makers. Let us move away from papers, whatever, my policies, regulations, every year, benchmarking. We should now be on the front line. This is time for implementation. You talk of Utari of Kenya. The people who started the Utari of Kenya was Irumba. One of them was Irumba.
A Ugandan.
A Ugandan. You talk of NITO of Kenya, they benchmarked from Directorate of Industrial Training.
Exactly.
When they were making their act of 2011, Industrial Training Act of Kenya. You talk of Rwanda. Rwanda did not only benchmark, but even took some of our our staff.
Yes, they implement.
Definitely. So everybody here, please go on the front line now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. And finally, Jean, from UHAW.
My dad asked me this question a few weeks ago, actually, me and my siblings, and said, the way you are in 10 years, do you think you'll have the current job that you have? And then we realized, oh my God, the world is shrinking. Many of these jobs that we have now are being replaced by technology, are being replaced by robots. Now the planes are about to start flying themselves. We have all these Teslas which are self-driving. So what are you going to do to remain relevant in the next 10 years? So my parting shot is skills, 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 skills. The people who are skilling right now are the people who are seeing ahead of us. The artists who are honing their skills are the ones who won't even need to showcase in a gallery. They will sell their art as NFTs. So we need to be able to skill, and all of us need to be able to look around and see in 10 years, will this chair still be relevant in this organization? If not, then please let's get up and all learn a skill, because with a skill, you'll never go wrong. But with just papers, we are sitting on a time bomb.
Thank you very much, all my panelists, for sharing your views. And thank you very much, the audience, for listening attentively. I think it has been very loud and clear that we all have to get engaged. The private sector has to be in the driving seat as far as skills development is concerned in the country. We have to actively participate in the governance, to actively participate in funding, and to also avail our workplaces for the training of the apprenticeships. So let's move away from designing very good programs, policies and strategies, and putting them on the shelves. Let's now act, starting from today. Thank you very much. MC, back to you.
Thank you. I will request that you remain where you're seated, if anything, for pictorial purposes. And you've really delivered the discussion very ably. When Mr. Onesmus was concluding, I thought he was also going to say that the East African revival came from Uganda and happened in Mombasa, because till now they still sing Tukutendereza in Kenya. So there are so many things they've also picked from here, spiritualism. I think, Jean, you get me excited, and coupled with Madame Senawulia's sentiments. I think even before we get to these policies, the hotel industry, I think, is a good case study. So that if we are going to talk about these things, let's even teach those boys and girls in our house to wash their plates, because the person who's used to leaving the plate on the table for the maid will feel it's a punishment when he ends up being a waiter. I think let's teach them to make those beds. And even scrub, really, the washroom, scrub the toilet, because if you're going to end up in a maintenance department, you must know those things and you must grow up. So before we talk about soft skills, and I think we make it a point, when we were growing, we had to come and greet the visitors without even being called. We're talking about hospitality. Yeah. I think we also see telephone operators. There's a bank here which has a mail for a telephone operator. I don't know why. Hello, how can I help you? You know? It's a bank. You know, you are talking to the rest of the world. And I'm not contradicting you, but I'm also saying, just like you say, let's not wait for policy. There are things we can do intuitively. We can do it intuitively. So you've really done very well. And we can't afford to miss the afternoon session. Because if you enjoy Barometer, Kasa Meme, Frontline, which will be later today, and on the sport on NTV, what you're going to have today is a combination of all the three. You can't miss a discussion putting the Ministry of Labor on sport, on decent work and social dialogue. You can't miss that. You can't miss that. You can't, and I like this exchange when you have trade unions there also, because I have my wars with them. And I really want to see the discussion on the floor. I want to ask them the money they invest in those companies where they impose those working conditions. You know, you can't miss that, and that's where we are coming. You're talking about decency. You look at empathy on the other side. And Douglas, for the employer's voice that you are, you really can't run away from this discussion. I saw Enid Nambuya one time defending employers, another one defending girls in Dubai, and I asked her, because she's a Rotarian like me, I asked her, where do you fall? I really want to see this conversation on the floor today. You can't miss it. You can't miss it. Mr. Chirove will pull you from that high level of guest of honor, and we want to hear the ILO that Professor has talked about. So really, gentlemen and ladies, we can't afford to miss this afternoon. So let us all be back here energized with a sumptuous meal prepared for us, which is going to be down in Paradise Hotel, just to give you some open air kind of refreshment to energize you, get some oxygen. So we come back here well in time. We should be back, it's 2, should be back by 3. So we're under, and when we come back, we'll start with this session, not the graduations. So please, I request that before you leave, make sure you've got a coupon, because you will have to present it. And the reason I held the panel here is to give a good background as Mr. Musa Okello, the Deputy Secretary General of the National Organization of Trade Unions, presents a plaque in appreciation to our guest of honor, Mr. Jelas Chirove, and that will be the end of our morning session now. And I wish you all a good appetite. Hope to see you, plus all those who are mainstreaming, following this discussion virtually, so that we maximize the gains from here. So for us, again, as we say in Rotary, we rise when a presentation is being made, and of course we do applaud, and those in the background, you've done us very well to appreciate our guest of honor. Thank you. Don't forget, we have this very good book on sale. We have the report on sale at the table. You can call for your money by mobile money. You can do internet banking, get some money, carry away this useful literature, and also go through the exhibition stalls to encourage our people. Thank you very much indeed. Bon appetit. We meet here at exactly 3 p.m. Thank you very much indeed. I'm told this place is going to be locked, so it means the rather heavy luggage on your hands can be left behind. It will be safe. Thank you very much.